It's a Thursday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
60 degrees right now. Going to get up into the low 80s, and it looks like we're going to be sunny again all day long.
Nice.
A little rain possibly tomorrow, but maybe no big deal.
Okay.
Maybe it will be. I don't know. I'm not a meteorologist. I just read it off my phone. Tommy, when you are starting a business, the key is location, location, location.
All right.
Yet one iconic pizza place here in Rochester who is making a triumphant comeback
Oh, they're coming back.
is flying in the face of that.
Oh, really?
You familiar with Bay & Goodman Pizza?
Kind of. I mean, yeah. I mean, so like top of mind.
Kimmy, you're familiar with Bay & Goodman Pizza?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Bay & Goodman Pizza has existed, first opened, back in 1955.
Man, that's when pizza was pizza, buddy.
That's right. Josephine and Alphonse Salvaggio
May they rest in peace.
opened up. I don't know if they're dead.
Oh, you don't think those two are gone, man?
Okay. Why do we
I know,
start
I
like
know,
this?
I know.
Why?
I'm trying to pay respect.
Pay respect to people you've never done before. They could.
So what happened?
They opened the first Bay & Goodman Pizza on
Yeah, got it.
Bay & Goodman. Okay, great.
All
Well,
right.
there's a reason I bring that up.
All right.
Their nephew took over the business in 1980. And then in 2007, Bay & Goodman Pizza moved to the North Winton Village.
Oh,
But they kept the name Bay & Goodman Pizza.
okay.
So you had Bay & Goodman Pizza on Winton Road. In the spring of 2022, the nephew decided he was going to close the shop forever and retire.
All right, nice.
And that was the end of Bay & Goodman Pizza.
All right, so you cash out.
Or was it?
Why? Who bought it out?
Well, in the fall of 2023, this gentleman talked his adult sons into reopening Bay & Goodman Pizza, but not on Bay & Goodman and not on Winton. They reopened in the fall of 2023 on Mount Hope.
Okay.
So now you had the third version of Bay & Goodman Pizza on Mount Hope. That location closed in April after the lease expired. But for the first time ever,
Yeah.
Bay & Goodman will be opening a suburban location.
Wow.
They're back, baby. Starting in late August, their Victor location
Victor.
will be open. Bay & Goodman in
Victor.
Victor.
Victor, all right.
And on top of that, according to the story on the Democrat and Chronicle, they are also going to be opening another city location, street to be named, but I bet you $1 million it won't be Bay & Goodman.
True.
So Bay & Goodman Pizza is making a triumphant comeback after having 4 locations, only one of which was on Bay & Goodman,
Okay.
and they haven't been on Bay & Goodman since the mid-2000s.
Wow.
Why wouldn't you just change the name of the pizza
Yeah,
place?
because I never thought of that place as like iconic.
Oh, really?
No.
You don't think so?
I mean, there's a ton of pizza places. I mean, it's another neighborhood pizza
Better
joint.
watch out.
Have you ever made a trip from Gates all the way to Bay & Goodman for their pizza?
So here's the thing. It was east side, so it wasn't really on my radar until I lived in the Winton neighborhood. And when I left the Winton neighborhood where my apartment was, I would go back for Bay & Goodman Pizza. I really liked it, yeah. Did you ever have it?
It was kind of gone. I think it was gone or closing by the time I moved into my house. So I missed the Bay & Goodman era.
They saw your husband coming?
Maybe.
Get out of here! Everybody run! No, I think Bay & Goodman is like one of the iconic pizza places in Rochester.
I don't think it's iconic.
Wow.
So, like, my second wife, she grew up in that area.
Yeah.
So they ate it. But she never, like, we moved to Webster. It wasn't like, oh, my God, I got to go get Bay & Goodman pizza.
Well, there are.
And
What
she's
doesn't help
Sicilian.
is there's just so many good pizza
Right.
places that like maybe you're not going out of your way for it, but it doesn't make it any less good.
You just had a cranky mood.
No, I'm
Probably
not.
dead. Pizza sucks. Hate it.
Ran it into the ground 4 times.
Shut up.
Can't hold a location.
What the hell is wrong
Family
with you?
fortune's gone.
Shut up.
Kids don't listen.
No, man, you better be careful. When you say bad things about people's preferred pizza places, they get very upset.
Italians love when you make fun of them.
Oh, do
Especially
they?
their families, yes.
Hey,
Hey, poke them a little bit.
Quit busting my balls. I like when you do this. Quit busting my balls. No, man, I mean, everybody has their go-to pizza place.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, they're a neighborhood joint.
Well, except for you. For you, it's Wegmans, which
Yeah.
is weird as hell. Like, it shows that you don't know anything about pizza.
I know pizza,
You
man.
don't know nothing about pizza. You don't.
You don't think I could get good pizza in South Florida when I was coming up?
Well, actually,
Grouper pizza?
There were Grouper pizza. I mean, there was a whole cavalcade of Italians that moved down there with your dad, right?
Yeah. There was.
So, I mean, there probably was good pizza.
There was. So my father would still complain, though. Yeah, you can't get good sausage down here. You can't get good mozzarella. You can't get the bread's no good. They always complain about the water making the bread.
Well, I mean, I've heard that from multiple people.
But if you go down there now, there's like a bazillion Italian restaurants down there. Like all those Italians that came down.
Is it as good though? Because you also have to think like those Italians that were raised in Florida don't know any better.
Could
right?
be,
Like your
could be.
dad came from the north, went down there and tried it. And look, I don't know if it's the water, but I will say, like when you go to like a mom and pop pizza place in the Midwest, that crust sucks. And it might be the water.
Maybe. I don't know. It's the same argument about bagels. Like, you can't get good bagels down south. You can't get good bagels over here because of the water. Water's no good.
Okay, maybe that's the case.
I don't know. I drink water all over. It tastes the same to me.
No, it doesn't.
No.
When you go to Florida, you get that sulfur.
people
Yeah, I
will
love
argue.
that. That fresh egg taste.
I do like it, but I mean, maybe it makes the bread weird.
All right.
But anyway, going back to the story, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, Bay and Goodman will make their triumphant return back from the dead. They are opening a location in Victory, suburban location, even though it won't be on Bay and Goodman. And they haven't been on Bay and Goodman since the mid-2000s, after opening in 1955. Since then, they've been in the North Winton Village. They opened a location on Mount Hope. They're now opening in Victor, and they say they're opening another location back again in the city of Rochester, but it probably won't be on Bay and Goodman, but they're still going to be Bay and Goodman.
All right.
Let's talk to Barber. Hey, Barber, how are you, buddy?
Morning, guys. Sorry, Pat, but their first suburban location was in Irondequoit. They were on Titus Ave next to the House of Guitars for quite a few years.
Oh, you're right. I forgot about that. Okay, well, we'll
Yeah,
tell you what.
but,
Take it up with the editor of the Democratic Chronicle.
And then if it does reopen, go get a slice and give it there to Theodore.
Okay. Are you a Bay and Goodman guy, Barber?
Yeah, I used to go when it was here. They, well, from that spot, within probably 200 yards, you had 6 pizza places in Irondequoit, right on the Titus Hudson area. I mean, Two-Ton Tony's, Pontillo's, Mark's. Well, I don't count Little Caesars, but you had Ferrara's. I mean, there were a lot of pizza places right there. But Bay and Goodman was good.
We're doing this new segment in
What's
the
that?
break room called Name Italian Names.
Yeah,
Pizza.
Dominic's
Pizza.
that were really good. Cup of Pizza Joint. They had a good run.
Where's the most pizza? That's what it is.
All right. Barber, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Pizza Corner over there.
There's no better name than Two-Ton Tony's for a pizza joint.
Yeah, I think you're right.
He used to sell here.
Wait, the guy who worked
Yes,
for
the
us?
guy that owns
No
Two-Ton
kidding.
Tony's used to be a salesman here.
Was he 2-ton?
He was a hefty dude.
Is Victor a good location in terms of opening
Oh.
a new pizza place? Because it's kind of, I mean, I know they have like a couple like good pizza places, but is it more of like a pizza desert than other suburbs?
Pizza
I'm
desert.
not
That's a
asking.
valid question. That's a valid
I
question.
know I know of like a couple spots they have there, but I don't in terms of like having like, because I mean Barber's right. Like I think in a lot of suburbs you you can't throw a rock without hitting a pizza place.
Yeah, you're right. You throw that rock, it comes back with mozzarella.
But there's got to be like a Mark's out that way.
No,
or
I mean,
something, or a
there's-
Pontillo's.
I'm going to say this. And this might be wrong. You know, we talk about towns that have no culture. Henrietta is a town that you don't. I mean, it's starting to change now with like Indian and Asian food, but like Gates and Greece, you know, for your Italian food.
Yeah.
Irondequoit. I mean,
Rootsy.
not only the pizza, but like there's a lot of Eastern European influence in Irondequoit. You think Jewish food when you go to
Right.
like 12 Corners, Brighton area, right? Like, but like places like Pittsford, Henrietta, there's no like culture to them. And I kind of think as Victor is one of those towns. Like, so, like, if you told me, like, an independent pizza place was opening in Victor, I would just assume it was bad. Is that
Based on
wrong?
the fact that there's so many
No.
rich white people.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, there's no good rich white people food. Caviar sucks.
Lobster's pretty good.
Okay, but that was...
Big ass
Yeah, I mean, what are
steak
you
and
talking? There's
champagne.
some good stuff out there.
No, but here's the
I
thing.
mean, it's not. I mean, it's not like rootsy
you're talking
culture.
about
It's like
your
rich
everyday-
people food.
But that's what I mean. You just take the lobster, you put it in hot water, and it's done. Dip it in butter. It's like you're not putting spices on the damn
No,
thing.
probably not.
You know what I mean? Like if someone's like, "Oh, I just opened up a brand new pizza place in Victor," I'm not going out of my way to try it unless I hear from like 15 people that it's super amazing.
But the other problem is like if you're dealing with rich people, like they've traveled, so they could compare that pizza to the one they had in Italy.
yeah, but when they travel, they also try other safe, stupid rich people stuff.
Like what?
I don't know. A lobster in Italy or a lobster
Give me that
in
lobster
Australia.
pie.
I mean, sure. Is that wrong?
No, I'm thinking like my brother though. Like his idea of a pizza is something he ate like in Tuscany.
That's what
you
I
know
mean,
what I mean? Like, and so like that your pizzas suck.
Okay, but like that Tuscany pizza was made for his tourist ass.
True.
You know what
but
I'm saying?
he doesn't think like that. He thinks like that's how they eat.
It's like my dad when he says, and this is a true thing my dad has said multiple times. My dad said that the best bar in the country of Mexico is the Senior Frogs in Cozumel.
Oh, did he try the one at the airport?
No, it was at the port where the cruise ship got off.
Yes.
He said that to multiple people. Best
Gotta
bar
try
in
it.
Mexico, Senior Frogs in Cozumel.
Authentic.
That frog knows what he's doing.
No, I mean, look, you trust certain towns more with certain foods, right?
Yeah, but I do think like just Rochester, like the greater Rochester area in general, like you're always going to find a good pizza place
Yeah.
somewhere.
I've
never like been somewhere where I couldn't find a good slice of pizza.
There have been times where I've gone to a place and I've been disappointed. Like, I don't know what the hell happened when we decided we were going to try and do, like you said, like, we're going to make the pizza look like it came from Tuscany.
Like, well, that's more like wood-fired pizzas.
I know.
flat
Different
little-
category.
Yeah, but that, like, okay, I don't want, like, squash on my pizza. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're gonna put all kinds of vegetables on it. I'm Australian for some reason, but I'm doing Italian.
So you want sausage and pepperoni?
I want pizza that's pizza. Well, no, I'll eat mushrooms. I'll eat onions.
You want
I'll
a big
eat...
greasy slice.
Yes, I just don't want, like, I don't want my pizza to look like a shoe that got run over by a car.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, why take this brilliant thing that's delicious and pretend you like this other thing because it looks fancier? Because you're just pretending.
But you want to look cool, man.
But it sucks.
I mean, it's still good. It's just not. It's not your idea of pizza, but it's still it's still delicious.
Okay, first of all, it never fills you up. You can eat 15 of those flat pizzas. It never
No,
fills
you're right.
you
It's
up.
a single serving.
All I want for my pizza, if I'm going to eat pizza, I want a sea of pepperoni on it.
Okay.
I want them all
Layered.
touching. Oh, no, I want them touching.
You, again, can't talk about pizza
Right.
because I will once again point out that you believe the best pizza in town lives at Wegmans.
Yeah, because they do their research. They go to Tuscany.
So you are your brother.
Yes.
Can I get that Senor Fox Mexico pizza, please? You know what's funny? There are some pizza places, when we think about pizza places that are like revered here in Rochester, it's usually the ones that have been around for the longest. Your
Yeah.
Pontillos, your Marks, your Salvatores, all these places, right? But there is one Rochester pizza joint that has been around forever that unless you live near one of their locations, nobody really talks about.
What's that?
Pudgy's Pizza.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Pudgy's, yeah.
You're right.
It's
Because
up in, is that North Goodman?
So there's one in that
Culver.
area.
That looks like one of the originals.
There's
no,
one
you're
in
at North Goodman.
Canandaigua. And
There
that's
is?
what's weird about that's what's weird about Pudgy's is all
Country
of a sudden
Pudgy.
you'll be driving and like that's a Pudgy's Pizza.
Yeah.
But I don't think I've ever had Pudgy's Pizza despite the fact that it's been around. It's got what?
It's good.
Since it's good.
Yeah, I've had it.
It's no Wegmans.
But you never had Pudgy
I've
pizza?
never because there was
No,
never a
I did
Pudgy's
not
around me.
know Pudgy's existed until like maybe like 5 years ago, and my husband pointed it out. He's like, "Oh, Pudgy's Pizza."
It's good.
I'm like, "What's that?" And he like looked at me like I was nuts, but I had never even heard of it.
So I had a chance to try Pudgy's Pizza. You want a funny story?
What?
Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
I was like 7, 8 years old, and we went to a Red Wings game. My mom took me for like Boy Scout Day at Silver Stadium.
All right.
And they were throwing out Frisbees. And on the bottom of the Frisbee, there was a free large pizza at Pudgy's Pizza.
You're kidding me.
The Frisbee hit me in the face. And I'm like, oh, we got this free pizza. So we're like, okay, we'll go from Silver Stadium and we'll go to Pudgy's and try this
After your
pizza.
concussion?
Yeah. Well, man, pizza makes a concussion feel better. And I'm all excited, and we got there.
What happened?
Pudgy's wasn't open. It was closed. They had just closed. It was late.
Oh, jeez.
Like, we'll come back.
And she wouldn't go back?
Well, I mean, it was in Irondequoit. We lived at Gates. But she sincerely was like, we'll go back, and we just never went back.
Of course not. That's the story of your childhood. We'll do that tomorrow.
Yeah, you're right. But, like, that was my one moment. That could have changed
your
my
chance.
life. What if I had it and it was the best pizza I ever had and I insisted on going to Pudgy's for the rest of my life? And I sit here now, 30 years later, having never tasted Pudgy's Pizza. So, if you are looking forward to trying your Bay and Goodman pizza again, they will be open in Victor. I believe it's at August 20th, but don't quote me on that.
Oh, it's next week. God damn. Oh, the line will be out the door.
They're moving quick. They move quick on Bay and Goodman in
Here
Victor.
comes the old kayakers for their fresh pizza sauce.
Excuse me, could you flatten this pizza out and make it as unpalatable as possible? That's how I enjoy my pizza. Thank you. All right, let's take a break. We have a dynamite shoe pizza kind of break for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, I think we're going to bitch it out.
Yep, that's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And, there are fantasies that every man has, non-sexual.
Yeah, I got you.
Kimmy's husband is living something that every teenage boy decides he's going to have in his house when he grows up. And your husband, Kimmy, is over the moon about this.
Oh yeah.
He won't stop sending me pictures and videos of it.
So he got something new in the house?
He had something built in the house.
Really?
Yes.
Like custom?
Oh, boy. Custom?
Yeah, yeah.
Like you hired somebody to come in and do this?
Well, we had family help.
Well, yeah, you're talking gimme Kimmy. She ain't gonna pay.
Chin
for nothing.
stout, okay.
Exactly. Yeah. Here's the thing.
What?
By all metrics, this should be cool,
Right.
and it seems cool.
Yeah.
And every guy who has one of these wants you to think he's cool. But when you get one of these, and when you see the guy who has one of these start to have one of these, it may actually be not cool.
Really?
It could possibly even be sad. We'll tell you what we're talking about.
Okay.
Next, or just after 7 o'clock here at the Break Room at CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
There are some people that have lived amazing lives.
Oh, sure.
And there are some wildly talented people that dedicate themselves to one thing and become amazing.
Yeah,
at it.
brilliant. Yeah.
There is a man we're going to tell you about who, I'll be completely honest with you,
Yeah.
I was unaware he was a real person. I know his product. You know his product. We all know his product. I didn't know there was a man to this. Why are you laughing?
You didn't know there was a man behind the product?
I didn't.
Oh, okay. I always did, but if this particular item was probably before your time, but I will say this: I enjoyed it almost every day, and never paid for it.
Yeah, we were talking about the same thing. No, they've still been popular up to this day.
Oh no, I'm saying I'm thinking we all knew that there was a dude.
Oh, okay.
But I think it was before your time.
Okay, gotcha. Do you know this dude's story? And do you know what other things that he involved himself in?
No, I do not.
This guy has lived 3 amazing lives in one lifetime.
Wow.
And I'll say this. It's not fair. We'll get into it next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. there's a belief to be successful.
Yeah.
You need to find what you're good at.
Yep.
Focus on that thing.
Well, you got to focus.
And dedicate everything you have to the accomplishment of that single goal.
You got to give it your all.
This man flies in the face of that idea. And as unbelievable as his life has been, this isn't fair.
Yeah.
It's just not fair.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 6:45, there is a man in some serious trouble after an issue that happened just east of us. And it's hard to say don't do this, you idiot, because if you are a criminal looking to grab something, this would be the easiest way to do it because people have literally their money just out and they're not paying attention to it. But there also seems like no way to get away with this because somebody is watching you actively at all times.
Okay.
We'll get to the story just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Yesterday, the founder of famous Amos Cookies himself, Amos, passed away at age 88.
That's a pretty good long run for a cookie eater.
Yes, yes. All right, so I'm going to start off right out of the gate. Kimmy, did you know Famous Amos was an actual person?
Yes, but only because he's in an Office episode.
Oh, he is?
Yep.
Okay.
He passes out his cookies.
You were aware that Famous Amos was a person?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Big, but I remember when they first came out, you know.
Now listen to the cookie hipster. I was into it before.
Bro.
I believe his name is Wally.
Wally Amos, yes. Yep. Yes, it is. Okay, so it turns out that Famous Amos getting rich off his cookies was just the tip of the iceberg of his life.
Okay.
Wally Amos first had success when he signed Simon and Garfunkel to the William Morris Talent Agency in the 1960s.
No
Oh,
kidding.
so he was a talent agent.
He discovered Simon and Garfunkel.
Yeah. Okay.
Let me say that again. He discovered Simon and Garfunkel in the 60s.
They did pretty good, right?
Yeah, well, one of them did. He then worked as an agent for the Temptations, Marvin Gaye, Sam Cooke,
So he did all that Motown stuff.
all this stuff.
So he got commissions on all those acts.
Yes, and was a part of guiding their careers.
Right.
Huge part of their success was Wally Amos.
Is that how he ended up starting the cookie thing?
Well, it says he then transitioned into the cookie company. And it sounds like he had an actual cookie shop in Los Angeles that people said were so great, you should make these and sell them.
They were really good. For a bag of cookies,
Yeah.
they were phenomenal.
Look, and nobody is arguing how great Famous Amos cookies
But you
is.
wouldn't think like a bag of cookies would be that good.
There are some bag cookies that are better than other bag cookies.
Well, these were number one, baby.
And so he transitions, it sounds like, from this cookie shop into selling his cookies in restaurants across the country, and then he becomes rich beyond his wildest dreams. And that would be enough. But we're not done yet.
What else do you do?
Because it turns out he also hosted a show on PBS called Learn to Read that, believe it or not, taught kids how to read.
Oh, wow. So he gave back to the community.
The guy lived the most amazing of
Yes.
lives. Not life, lives.
And got unlimited cookies.
Yeah, you ain't
Oh,
kidding.
yeah.
Here's the thing,
Well,
though.
so did I, though. So,
Well, because you were saying you never paid for your Famous
Yeah.
Amos cookies.
so when they first came out, we stole a whole display of it right off the truck and put it in the back room, and then you just walk back there and ate a bag of cookies when you wanted them.
When you say display, like the cardboard holder of
Yeah, it would be like they were first coming out, so they, the big displays they put in the front of the
Yeah.
store to get you interested. Like we grabbed one of those.
Why wouldn't you just take the cookies?
And then
Right.
we literally set it up in the back room like a display.
What a dick.
So you never actually sold any cookies there. You just ate them all.
Yeah, so he probably didn't make much profit on store 216.
So you go through this guy's life,
Yeah.
right? Finding Simon and Garfunkel, representing these Motown legends, guiding their careers, opening this cookie shop, selling his cookies across the country, hosting this television show on PBS, and you think that's awesome, and it is awesome. It's also kind of BS.
What do you mean?
You should only get to be really good at one thing in your life. Because this guy lived 4 dream scenarios.
Any of those stories would have been an impressive fact about somebody.
Fact, I mean, that
yeah.
would have been an impressive way to live your
Yes.
life. He was rubbing elbows with musical geniuses. He was a wildly successful entrepreneur. He got to host his own television show. Like, bro, pick one of those things. You get to be good at one of those things, and then leave the rest of it for other people to do.
But he's one of those rare opportunists. Like he just sees it and sees the money in it.
Sure, I'm not saying the guy's not
Right.
talented. He is obviously talented. He's
Yeah.
got a vision that nobody else has. But it's not fair.
It isn't.
It's not fair because I would like to have a tenth of one of those lives that you got to have, and you got to live all of it. And like Kimmy said, you were eating cookies the whole time.
Yeah, you did.
Like, where the hell did the cookie come from?
I don't even know if it's his recipe for the cookies.
Can we Google where the Famous Amos cookie recipe came from? Thank you, Kim.
I bet you it's like some family recipe.
Okay.
That he probably grabs. So an opportunity goes, these are really good cookies. I'm going to throw them in a bag, and people will steal them in South Florida.
But that makes me even angrier. Like, you got to be around somebody your entire life who had this recipe that was so delicious that people across America were buying them.
So he founded the chocolate chip cookie brand using his Aunt Della's recipe.
Not the Beast Aunt Della's cookies.
It was from his family.
Kind of a dick move to not call him
Della's Delights
cookies.
or something.
Yeah.
The famous Amos kind of rolls off the tongue.
So does Della's
famous
Delights.
Della.
Yeah.
No, Della's Delights that's great.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And he had his face on the cookie.
Yeah,
it was wild hair and everything, which I didn't know was. That's why I thought he was a real person. I thought he was just a cartoon. Yeah, right. I mean, who looks like that? Oh,
joke's on you, buddy.
I feel stupid. All right, think of it this way. Right, with all of this life that this man lived in, like 5 different realms.
Right.
If you were sitting next to this man at a bar,
yeah,
and he started honestly telling you his life story, because again, I didn't know he was a real person, you would think he was mentally ill.
Or no, or just a BS artist.
Okay, no, but like there's BS artists. Like, look at it this way: 85-year-old man, because he died at 88. So let's say 3 years ago, he comes into town. He's going to Oak Hill for something.
Yeah.
Right, and you go to the Pittsburgh.
That might
pub.
be a little tough, but go ahead.
You go to the Pittsburgh pub, and he's sitting next to you at the bar, and this 85-year-old man, I discovered Simon Garfunkel, and then I was hanging out with Marvin Gaye and the Temptations and Sam Cooke, and then I was like, forget the music industry, and I opened up a cookie shop, and they sell my cookies across America, and then when I was done with that, you know what I did? I had a show that taught kids how to read on PBS. You would call the cops.
Yeah, probably.
You would call the cops.
Yeah.
That's a crazy old man who needs someone to take care of him. And he did all of that.
Legitsky. Yeah.
All right, let me ask you this question.
Go ahead.
Okay, we're talking about Wally Amos of famous Amos Cookies. He passed away at 88 years old this week. But not only did he have the cookie company, he discovered Simon and Garfunkel working as a talent agent in the 1960s. He worked as an agent for the Temptations, Marvin Gaye, Sam Cooke. He founded the cookie company, and then he hosted his own TV show that taught kids how to read on PBS. Tommy, you can pick one of those things this guy did to be your life and your legacy. Which one would it be?
Oh, I'm taking a cookie.
You want cookies?
Everybody loves a cookie.
Cookies live on.
Yeah, they do.
I know the music does too, but you're not the face of it.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Cookies are timeless.
You don't want to think about that for 1 second?
No, I go cookie first.
Is it because of the money or because of the...
Both. Think about a cookie.
Hold on. Okay. Go ahead.
It's in your head, right?
Yeah.
I don't think about Paul Simon all that much. I don't think about Garfunkel at all. Reading sucks. Motown has faded away. But there's a whole aisle dedicated to cookies. When I go to Wegmans, there isn't a whole aisle dedicated to Motown.
You go to the record store, there's a whole aisle dedicated to Motown.
But it's faded away.
Okay, I guess if you're worried about your legacy,
you go cookie.
The cookie would be the one. Kimmy, what
cookies are bigger
with?
than statues or monuments.
Man.
I mean, your name is on the cookies, right?
Okay.
And they're going to keep making more cookies, man.
So it does say that he did lose ownership of the company
to
a while
Garfunkel.
back.
Yeah.
Power struggle.
But it sounds like he actually started another cookie company after that.
Oh, even more famous Amos. No, you have to pick the music, and here's why. I get that you're like, self-absorbed, so you want your legacy to live on. Tommy's, Rami's cookies. I don't know. The coolest experience would have come from working in the music industry, right?
Yes, but in terms of your name living on.
But I mean,
And you're backstage. You're not on stage. You're just you're the business behind the business.
I understand, but think about it this way, right? So he discovers Simon and Garfunkel. He is in on the ground floor for Motown, like you said, Marvin Gaye, Sam Cooke, The Temptations. Think of the things that this man saw and the conversations he was a part of in back rooms back in the day. You're talking Stevie Wonder. You're talking Donny Hathaway. You're talking everybody that ever walked through those hallways.
Yeah.
You knew them. Michael Jackson.
What?
No, I'm just saying, man. Like think of the recording sessions that guy was just standing in when some of the most iconic sounds ever put on wax were right, and you were just there. You were just there,
but I don't
casually. Diana Ross. Oh, hi, Diana. It's me, famous Amos.
It
Want a cookie? I'm
sounds
not
romantic. It sounds romantic, but I mean, it could have been a really high stress job that maybe ruined some of those artists for you because you did see all the behind the scenes stuff. You know what I mean? Like maybe you don't have as fond of memories of that music as other people do because you didn't get to enjoy it in the same way. Because it even says he began baking his aunt's recipe to deal with the stress.
Okay. Fair
That's
enough.
where the cookies stemmed
Man,
from.
with all that heroin around, you want what dollhouse cookie?
That's how good that recipe is.
Oh yeah.
You know what's funny? Like neither of us even considered the PBS
Oh,
television show.
Oh, yeah.
PBS, man.
But the most,
Well, but
the most
that would
fulfilling.
had an impact on kids, right?
Yeah,
it did.
Yeah, it taught kids how to read.
I don't see kids reading.
You remember every kid show you ever watched?
She's right.
Yeah, but I didn't watch any educational shows.
Well, they didn't have them back for you.
Yes, they did
Name
somewhere. I don't know.
No, they
Somewhere.
didn't. No, like it showed up with us because in the 80s they mandated that you had to
Yeah.
run
Well, it was
Kid Reading
Sesame
Rainbow.
Street. I was Sesame Street wasn't around for me.
Okay.
I was more of a Bugs guy. Give me a
No.
wise ass rabbit any day.
I can sing that Reading Rainbow song front to back for the rest of my life.
Wow. But what did it get you?
You know what it got me?
What?
Butterfly in the sky. I could go twice as
Give me a
high. Take a look. It's in a book. Reading Rainbow. You want the second verse?
Not really. I didn't want the first one.
I can't go anywhere. No, I mean, the most fulfilling had to be the helping the kids to read television show.
Well, obviously he had a passion for it
Yeah.
because he didn't make any money off it.
I don't know. People that did Sesame Street look like they're doing pretty okay.
Yeah, but PBS didn't pay some of them crap ass shows.
What are you talking? You're just making stuff up.
I mean, do you even have any like puppets or anything? I mean, if you don't have a puppet, I'm not reading your stupid book. Where's my cookie? Like even Cookie Monster wasn't coming over to watch his show.
Well, yeah, because it was killing his
Yeah.
profits, man,
Yes.
every time he had him over. Marvin Gaye screaming at him while he's doing heroin. Let's take a break. This would be the easiest place to rip someone off in the sense that for some reason,
Yeah.
people will walk around with their money wide open.
Oh.
They will put it down on a table and stop paying attention to it, and they will be so zoned out that you could walk over, grab it, and they wouldn't even notice.
But what's the catch?
It would be the hardest place to steal from because you are being watched actively by someone at all times. And it sounds like that might be what one man found out the hard way. We'll get into the story, and we'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's both the easiest and the hardest way to commit a crime.
Oh.
For all the money that folks carry in this specific place, they're awfully casual, Tommy, about how they take care of it.
Oh.
But at the same time, the place that you're in sees everything.
Oh, my God.
So would there be a way to get away with what this man was arrested for?
So he didn't even get out the door?
We don't know.
Right.
Probably not. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, I think we're going to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. Also, Kimmy's husband has fulfilled every man's fantasy. And it does
Finally.
He got one of these. He's very excited about having one of
Wow.
these.
He is.
But this seems like one of those things.
Tell-
I think
Correct.
he's even more proud of it because he helped create it.
Oh.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
He designed it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he had some help, but it was his idea, his
His vision.
renderings, I guess.
Idea.
It's a vision, it sounds like.
But this is one of those things, Tommy, that every man wants and thinks will make them super cool until they get it.
So you ain't buying it.
And it makes them, well, I wanted one, but I've seen my other buddies get things, this stuff, and it makes you a hermit.
Oh.
You'll never leave again. And nobody wants to be around you at this place.
Oh, really?
We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. By the way, we have your chance at $100,000.
$100,000.
Your share of $100,000. Download the free Odyssey app, then log in, listen to CMF on the app for 1 hour each weekday to get your daily entry for your chance at your share of $100,000 in this national contest. Good luck from your friends here on CMF. This story comes to us from Del Lago Casino.
Oh, yeah.
A man has been arrested after police say he stole $1,400 from someone inside of the establishment.
So cashola laying there.
So it just says $1,400.
All right.
Those are the only details we have. But we may be able to speculate a little knowing, situation.
Sure.
What do you think the easiest way to steal from someone in a casino would be?
It would have to be like grabbing their card or something.
See, I was thinking chips.
Chips, but do they still do chips on?
Table games.
That would be hard. I'm thinking it would be more at I was thinking like a slot machine, but yeah, they do have table games. Yeah, so chips would be one thing to snag some chips and then cash them in.
Because I'm thinking if you're talking about a slot machine, it all works in paper in and out, in and out, right? And I'm not going to put my piece of paper that could have $1,400 down anywhere. I'm going to keep it in my hand. However, if I'm playing table games, those chips are just out.
Yeah, they're sitting there in a stack.
And a casino is such a weird environment for people and their money because folks will walk around with tons of cash in the form of chips just in their hand. And they will sit at their table and they will set down anywhere from $50,000 to $5,000 next to them while they're playing. And depending on the table game you're playing, Tommy, the focus is on what the dealer is doing and what cards are coming, which leaves thousands of dollars just sitting next to you.
You get in a zone.
Yeah, well, you're not paying attention. It seems like it could be pretty easy to just reach over and snatch some chips without folks realizing that.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be also a ballsy move because you'd have to be sitting next to that person, snag the chips, and then bolt.
Well, and how many cameras are on you at all times?
Constant.
Yeah.
Well, that's the problem.
Like overhead.
Yeah.
All those tables have cameras
Right.
on them.
You got it. Despite the people at the table not paying attention to their own money, because it would be really easy to distract someone, look this way, they got a pile of chips over here, just grab a handful and walk away. That eye in the sky sees everything. They are always watching. So you have this strange situation, Tommy, where folks are not the most aware of their
Oh,
environment.
yeah, you're lost in the world of gambling.
And they could be the most rip-offable,
Yeah.
yet there is almost no way you could get away with it because every camera has every angle of you actively stealing those chips.
And don't forget, there's also a dealer right in front of you, too,
That
on
too.
top of that. And then there's like a croupier that's walking around on top of that.
I don't
checking
know
on
what
it.
kind of fish they're serving that night.
It's very good. Try it with the yellow rice. Oh, my God. So, yeah, so you got
Wait,
all
is that what the guy's called? Croupier?
Yeah, so like pit bosses and croupiers.
Okay, you could-
I've
okay.
never heard that
you
word
could have
before.
just said pit boss, you douchebag. Why did you have to be a douchebag? I have
Because I'm
never
wearing
heard.
these pants.
I've heard people say pit boss a million times. Never once have I heard
I think a
someone-
croupier is a little different than a pit boss.
Oh, how's that?
I think a pit boss works the area. I think a croupier works the entire floor.
It
Oh, is that what
says
they do?
croupier, the person in charge of a gaming table, gathering in and playing out money for tokens.
I love how you use a word you don't know the definition
Well,
of.
I
Then
was
stick your-
close.
no, you word.
He's on the floor. I had him back. So what's a pit boss?
Hold on. Read croupier again because you didn't even listen to her croupier
Yes.
definition.
So I had it backwards, I think.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You went the opposite.
But I still was on the floor as the boss.
You know what a pit boss is? It's the opposite of what I'm saying.
Yes. But if you say the opposite, you're still pretty close.
No, it's actually the opposite of close. It's far. You were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry.
Nothing.
Okay. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
Is a casino the dumbest or smartest place you could try and commit a crime?
I think it's the dumbest,
It
man,
is?
based on all that what we just said.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean,
And don't forget, they also have guards at the door.
yeah, they do. They do.
Right? So, like, even if you walk away from which would be weird if I'm gambling, right? And let's say I just put down a bet, I snag these chips, and then I just walk away.
Yeah.
Like, the timing would have to be, because that would be very odd. Like, you just placed a bet and you left.
Yeah. It'd be so obvious.
So it would have to be in between deals, quickly grab my crap after I just got dealt something, and then leave.
Oh, see, I don't think you're thinking of the right scenario. Because, I mean, I've been to places like Del Lago or Turning Stone on
Yeah.
like a Friday or Saturday night, and there are people walking around the casino just for entertainment. They'll stand at the
Well, I
table.
know there's
and-
people, but you'd also had to, like, reach in.
I don't think it's as hard as you think it is, man. I think
I get maybe it would, but it would look so damn weird. 'Cause I know you're right. There's people like standing behind people watching.
Yeah,
and then waiting for a seat.
Look, I'm not encouraging anybody to do this, but
Don't.
I think you are overestimating, especially
You ain't getting away.
Especially with you not knowing the definition of terms of casino workers.
Well, if the croupier catches me, and he turns me into the pit boss.
Shut up. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We are talking about this gentleman. He was arrested after police say he stole $1,400 from someone inside the casino. We don't know how he stole that money, but like a casino, again, it may be the most easily rip-offable you will ever be because you are not paying attention to your money that is just out in the open.
Yeah.
But the eye in the sky sees absolutely everything, so it's maybe impossible to get away with it. Let's talk to Blake. Hey, Blake, how are you, buddy?
Good. How you doing?
Good, Blake. What do you got?
Good. So I feel like the casino is just the stupidest place you could try to rob because of the fact that dudes couldn't get away with it 80 years ago, like when the things first came out. So I don't see with the technology how people these days think they're ever going to get away with taking money from a casino without getting caught.
Understood. I will throw this out at you, Blake.
Yeah.
Maybe people did get away with ripping off casinos or committing crimes in casinos. We just never heard about it because the casino didn't want you to know it was possible.
Valid point. Valid point.
You know who I heard that from?
Oh,
Croupier.
Who's that?
no kidding.
Yeah, Croupier.
They
told me.
see everything, man.
Yeah, I know. I heard
On
you.
the break room.
Blake, are you a casino guy?
I've been to the casino a few times. It's not my favorite thing to do, but I'm also not opposed to going to the casino at all.
I wasn't like inviting you. I was just asking.
He ain't again it, and he ain't for it.
Blake, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. You ever
He's
been to
bland old Blake.
But that's most people,
Yeah,
right? Like,
yeah.
I mean, I'm not. I don't need to be at the casino, but if you want to go to the casino,
go.
I'll come with you to the casino.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's something about like when it comes to like the table games, big
Yeah.
casinos, right? Like your Turning Stones and your Del Lago, and like they're fun. It always feels like one of those things that's a better idea going there than when
then
you
you get
get
there.
there.
To play the table
Oh no,
game.
what have I done?
Yeah.
Well, I forget where it was like a few years ago. Didn't somebody like get in trouble for like taking somebody's phone
Yes.
that they left
Yep.
at the I mean, like if you can't even get away with like walking away with a phone that was left there, you know what I mean?
But that guy was arrested after the fact. It wasn't.
Was it?
It was that he
Oh.
got home and then was arrested for
okay.
taking a phone that he found on the ground, and we were shocked by that. That you couldn't
Yeah.
just take a phone that you found that was actually stealing from somebody,
Yeah.
right? But he got out the door.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, part of the reason it would be so easy to get ripped off in a casino, become a victim, is everything in that casino is backwards by design. Your money, Tommy, it's not really money, it's chips.
Yep.
Even though it is money.
Or a card in a machine. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're less likely to worry about it. It's like the same idea of buying things with a credit card versus
Yeah.
cash. It's easier to pay with a credit card in your mind. And there's so much overstimulation on those gaming floors.
Yeah, and no windows, no
bing,
clocks.
Bang, bang,
Yeah.
bang, bang, bang,
Yeah.
bang, bang, bang. And everything's moving so fast that you're at a disadvantage if you're not paying attention to the game you're actually playing, which then puts you at a disadvantage to not be taken from. And on top of it all, it's fun.
And free
Yeah.
cocktails if you're doing all right.
Damn
That too. That too.
From the croupier comes over.
Oh, yeah. They have a heavy hand.
But what you got to do is you got to sign up to be a member of the Croupiers Club.
They got that?
Yeah.
Wow.
You know what it does?
What?
I don't know. Neither do you, because you don't know what things are. You say stupid.
Makes you a sommelier.
Shut.
Sumaye?
Is that an expert on sumo wrestlers?
Yes. Those guys study in Japan, bro.
You put them in your mouth and swish it around.
Well, you can.
I mean, that combination of the gambling being fun, because you're there to take your mind off everything else. You went for entertainment.
It's a diversion. Yeah.
The lights and sounds, and the fact that your money isn't really money, man. It's like you're just walking in there with your like mouth open and your hands out with all your money, like, go, okay.
It's the greatest invention of all time.
It is, man. Like, we're talking about it. I want to go to the casino.
Right.
I kind of want to go to the casino. Like, I'm not even a big table games guy. You know, my daughter, she was in that ballroom dancing competition a couple weekends ago, and it was the hotel that was attached to, was it Casino Niagara in Canada?
Oh.
Whatever the one in Canada
Yeah, that's
is.
a nice one.
Yeah. And, like, I didn't want to, like, abandon my family.
Yeah.
But, like, every time we had to, like, walk through the lobby, I could
You
hear,
hear
like, the
it.
ding, 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 ding.
Come over here. Give us your money.
Also, Babyface was performing at the casino. that
Wow.
night.
Wait, how old's that dude?
Well,
He's got to be in his 60s?
Yeah, he's actually called Wrinkleface now.
He still goes by Babyface.
Well, that's what
He's
his
But
name
by the way,
65.
who's-
He's your age.
Yeah. This is like a baby face?
It's a baby body. But yeah, it was really hard for me not to look at my
Well,
wife and be
between that
like,
and Babyface,
well,
you got to go.
Okay, I do like Babyface. He's a great guitar player.
Oh, my God.
You don't like Babyface?
No. I mean, I don't even know.
You know Babyface.
I think I know the name because I just thought it was so funny.
Oh my God! Look, what I'm getting. Put Babyface aside. I shouldn't even brought up Babyface. No, like if I wanted to look at my wife and like
Yeah.
run in that casino, and I would have said, "Give me 20 minutes," but it would have been way longer than 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Al. Al says, you guys are wrong. Crimes happen in casinos all the time. In fact, there are gangs of thieves that have perfected
Group work.
that have perfected taking chips from tourists in major gambling cities. Do you believe that?
No. This is something he heard.
No, that's not out of
I
the
don't know,
question.
gangs of thieves.
Gangs of people that have figured out how to walk past all the technology that casinos have now and figured it out. These gypsies.
Gypsies.
Got your chips.
Kimmy, could you Google gang of casino thieves, traveling casino
There's
thieves?
probably a cover band.
They were opening up for Babyface.
Yes.
No, I mean, it's not out of the question that somebody figured out.
Bro.
Okay.
It ain't happening, man. Those casinos, they have figured it out over the years, right?
I would think so, but that's thanks to all the
And nobody
high-end
would-
croupiers they've hired.
And by the way, nobody was ripping off casinos back in the day because they were all controlled by the mob, and you didn't want to end up in a desert.
Understood. What? The mobsters were ripping off the mob casinos.
Right. But they were in on it. Like, for you and I to walk in and go, oh, I'm going to steal some chips from the Gambino family. They'll never find me.
Man, maybe you're just so stupid you buy into all this propaganda. Oh, look, Kimmy's making a face.
Okay, so there was, they called it the Tran Organization. It was a criminal gang of casino cheats in the 2000s.
Oh, but they were cheating the casino.
The group targeted at least 28 casinos across the United States and one in Canada.
Apologize to Al.
Well, I don't know if that's a
Apologize
good
to Al.
thing.
I'll say,
It
say
seems
sorry.
like there are actually a few. I don't know, like at what on like what scale that they.
Say, I'm sorry, Al.
I'm not, because that story is 20 years old.
So what? So it still happened.
He made it sound like it's happening now.
Just saying.
With the camera technology, the facial recognition, the AI.
What does the AI have?
Oh, he's got big AI in it.
Okay. Let's take a break as we read up about the Tran organization and Tommy can come back and say, Al, I'm sorry. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
We're going to bitch it out.
Yep, Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And look, man, this is every guy's fantasy. When you own a home, finally, if you have the opportunity to own a home, this is the first thing you think about putting in the basement.
Really?
And when it shows up, man, you are going to be the coolest guy in the neighborhood. All your friends are going to be jealous.
But you're saying there's a flaw in it.
I think there might be, and it's a flaw you don't think about. Because, like, when you have this, there's no reason to go anywhere else.
Oh.
And, like, if your buddies also have one of these, which will happen because, you know, got to keep up with the Joneses, well, they don't want to leave their place. And this thing that you think will make you cool and social turns you into an isolated weirdo, man. Happened to your old man.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's one of the ultimate man fantasies.
Oh, a mantasy.
Yes. You mean you jumped on that really quick? One of these just for you to invite who you want to invite in your own house.
Oh.
But what folks don't realize, as great as this sounds, is that when it shows up, it marks an end.
Oh.
An end to a part of your life that was fun and exciting. And as cool as you think it is, it definitely does not give off the same vibes to people as you think it will when you bring them to show it.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that story in just a second, but it is Thursday. When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or ask if they're worried about going to jail for stealing the postman's pants. What the hell?
What's wrong with my pants?
Mr. Postman.
They're my summer blue pants.
Can I
My
have
summer
your pants,
blues?
Mr.
Yeah.
Postman?
I mean, I matched them all up with the socks and the sweater and everything.
If you want to see Tommy dressing like a character from Mr. Rogers, you can check out our live stream.
What is on your side? Are those shrimp?
No, those are crescent moons.
Oh,
You should have went with shrimp.
What crescent moon's nice? These are my new Italian socks I was telling you about.
They look really good.
Come on, what's wrong with those socks?
Nothing at all. It bothers me when you point your foot all dainty like that, too. Don't
Well, how
do
would you
that.
point your foot but dainty?
Like a man point.
Like hitting somebody in the ass?
You got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines of.
I'm Pat Jeffy. I'm going to wear my little hockey shirt this morning because I look like I run a summer camp for delinquent sports dads. Because I'm just a hockey playing little bitch.
We take all
Summer
your,
league.
Take all your bitch voices, postman good or hockey bad, and we run it back for you. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now. Let's see CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm going to dress up today like I'm running a banjo summer camp for adults with my little hipster beard and hat because I'm just a banjo playing little bitch. That was a good one. You're going to get fired.
Oh, I'm sorry. And I got power. I finally got power as a working man, and I can use it all I want, but I'm scared to do it because I'm a scared-ass power head, but I want to use a little bitch.
I used to bike the Erie Canal pathway constantly. So
Go on. Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I want to start dressing just like Tommy this morning because we're wearing almost the exact same little boy outfit because we're a couple of sissy boys.
I'm wearing a
Little
hat.
bitch. It's the
Different
same
shirts.
look.
So I'm actually at the warehouse right now. So check it out, man. I work at a school, all right? I'm not going to say what school.
Go on.
My name's Tommy, and I'm really like my Hayabusa. I want to have him, and I'll come on the radio and yell and kick and scream like a little man, but I won't say to his face because I'm scared of my wife. Little
I think every guy does that.
I'm taking my kids and my wife to the game on Saturday.
yeah.
Ooh.
I've got season.
I got preseason tickets.
they
Check
ma-
me out. Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I want to go to the county fair and jump on a Ferris wheel and be a big Ferris wheel hoe because I'm just a Ferris wheel hoeing little bitch.
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
Big things happening at Shea Kimmy.
Shea Kimmy.
House of Kimmy is the French part.
Okay, what's going on?
Kimmy, what does your husband now have in his possession?
My husband has built himself a bar.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wait, he built it himself?
Well, I should say my father-in-law built a bar and my husband assisted.
All right.
Okay,
So it's
so-
like a full-ass bar. You could sit and
Yeah. It's
have
like
a drink.
those-
He could serve it to me over the
Exactly.
Thank you for explaining
Yes.
what a bar is to our audience. Wait. You've got
like a
bottles with
high
alcohol in them,
countertop.
and then you turn the bottle where the top is now below the bottom.
There
and
are
the
many bars.
Alcohol. No, it's
There
a bar.
are many bars.
If you build a bar,
Do you
that's
have
what
bar stool?
It's we haven't bought the stools yet,
Right.
but that's coming.
That's pretty cool.
She's got to figure out what family members have free stools. She can take that from them. So your husband, Kimmy, is very excited about this.
Yes.
now
and
you get to stock it. That's fun.
he does know a few guys with bars that have inspired him, I guess.
He was sending
you
me
could
throughout the week as it was being built. He was
It's gonna look wicked cool.
Sending me videos. It does look cool, and look, it's the perfect thing to host all of your friends.
Right, like your man cave, right? You put
Yeah.
something like that in a man
Right,
cave.
right.
Well,
All right. So it's
so-
in the basement.
No, it's in like a back room.
Wait.
It's like a Three Seasons room kind of
Wait,
thing.
you got a first floor bar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty effing cool. Because I thought it was like in the basement.
No,
This
we have
is-
an old house. You can't really do much in the basement.
That's even cooler.
So Tommy, you understand Kimmy's husband's excitement,
I'm excited for them.
and most men would be over the moon to have their own bar.
Yeah, so here comes wet blanket Pat.
No.
The only Irishman that can ruin a bar experience would be Pat Duffy. Ah, look at this. You lonely, sad fazak. I get drinking by yourself again on the first floor. You think you're a big shot, do you? But you haven't the proper permits for this bar, do you? I might want to talk to the boys from the sports bar. There might be a little infringement.
All I'm saying
What?
is the home bar represents more to men than they think it does.
It's awesome.
The home bar is an official end. An end of going to the bar.
No, your buddies come over to your house.
I was gonna
now.
say, that
you
doesn't
the bar.
Okay.
Doesn't sound like I mean, you do reach an age where it gets old, right?
All right, Kimmy, walk me through this here, okay? Your husband is a big bar guy,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Right?
He
likes
does.
to go out
and have a beer every now and then.
with his buddies,
Yeah.
watch games, stuff like that. But now you got a bar on the patio.
But then the crew comes over to the house.
Okay, but we'll get to that.
Uh-huh.
There's a TV outside too, right? You got an outside TV. Look at you, fancy pants.
Damn.
And one thing every guy does when he
What
puts
are they paying you? Outdoor first floor bar TV set.
But so now he's got his bar and he's got his TV
Yep.
and he's going to stock his bar with everything he could ever need because you want it to look cool and you want to have everything
Gotta
everywhere.
have the
Yes.
bar accessories.
Exactly, yeah. And then all of a sudden, when you got it just the way you want it, you don't need to go out anymore.
Because you're an alcoholic.
You don't want to go out anymore. It's now easier, cheaper, and more comfortable to stay at the bar.
So what's the downside?
Here's the other downside of it, right? Because that sounds great. You'll have all your friends over. But Kimmy, you said your husband built this bar because he was inspired by his buddies' bars.
Yeah, so he's got a buddy that lives a couple streets over that has a similar setup.
Yeah.
And I think that's where his inspiration started.
And
Because he
that's-
even asked his buddy what the dimensions of his bar were.
But this is where it all starts to fall apart because, his buddy spent a bunch of money building, stocking the bar and everything around the bar, right? And that's his bar, and he wants people to come over. And then your husband saw that and goes, oh, cool. So he spent a bunch of money and time to put this bar together, so his is perfect so people would come over. And this happens all the time. There's a bar domino theory, much like communism in Asia in the 1950s and 60s.
So he's louse?
If everyone's got a bar, nobody's leaving their bar.
So you don't think
Unless you could, you could rotate bars.
yeah, you could bar
Right?
hop to your buddy's bar.
My bar this week, your bar next week.
You don't think it's going to happen?
You're not going to do that. Here's
don't
why.
think?
No, here's why.
So what's the? Oh, go ahead.
I am comfortable in my
Yeah.
bar.
Yeah.
It is least expensive in my bar because if I go to my buddy's bar, I got to bring something. I can't
Yeah.
show up
But you
empty-handed.
can just bring what you got from your bar to his bar.
But I also have to drive most of the time to get to my buddy's bar. Where if I stay home, I can drink as much as I want and not have to worry.
And I do.
Having the bar sounds awesome. And you want it to look cool in the basement and everything. But having the bar then turns you into an isolated weirdo alcoholic.
All right. So you're saying in the end, the bleak ending will be you're a loner.
Yes, and it
your
happens.
bar.
Drinking alone at your own bar.
And it happens faster than you think. And I get that that's a fantasy for you.
No, that's how I drink.
Okay, fine. But I think most men build the home bar assuming it's going to be like a
party
social
setup.
home base.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a clubhouse.
So
But
my
it
old
couldn't-
man had like a full bar in the basement back in the day.
Yeah.
And this is in Jersey. And I mean, it had a sink, a refrigerator.
Oh, damn.
He had
A wet bar.
He had bar stools, piano.
A piano?
We had an upright piano, like
Damn.
an old saloon piano that he bought.
Liberace would just come over and start playing sometimes.
Uncle Lib? Yeah, we loved that guy. He got me my first candelabra when I was a kid.
Yeah, I bet he did.
Yeah. So, but they were very social.
Yeah.
Like they had parties down there, but they also went out.
They did both.
Yeah, they just drank.
They just
man.
had themselves a good time all the time.
Yes, but I don't know. Maybe that's kind of going away because don't forget the drinking and driving was different back then too.
I love like you say it almost romantically. Don't say words.
Kind of missed the. I bet you're right. Bad. But I get my mother would cook and they'd have hors d'oeuvres and they'd had people over and they'd all be in suits and ties. I mean, it was like the 60s, but I think that's gone to your point.
Bro, but here's the thing. Look, I get it. I get what you're saying. I get your excitement. I get the idea of this home bar is going to be awesome. And I understand why you wouldn't want to think anything past that, right? Because
Yeah.
you want this and you've always
Right.
wanted this. Every teenage boy, sees that and goes, oh, I'm going to have a bar in my house when I grow up. It turns you into that isolated weirdo and you never see it coming. And I don't think the home bar is a good idea, especially when you have other home bars in your orbit.
But couldn't you kind of make the same argument for having a man cave?
Yes, you can.
I mean, you kind of get comfortable in your own,
Buddy of
sports
mine did
viewing
that.
room.
Suck a bunch of
Yeah.
coin in, and now he just invites the family over.
No, but here's the thing.
I mean, it's kind of a reason why people like make the argument like, why go to a game? Why go see a sporting event in person when I have this whole setup at home?
No, you're right. And I put a bunch of money into the basement, and we did the man cave thing. But I like sitting by myself in a dark room and watching
Everybody
sports.
likes you doing that.
But that's my fantasy.
Yeah.
If your husband's a very social guy.
Yeah, no,
I
you're
know
right.
is fantasy is not sitting alone at his bar and
Well,
getting up, pouring himself whiskey behind the bar, getting up, sitting
he
down,
might do
drinking
that.
the whiskey. All right. Here's the question.
What's that?
252-WCMF, 252-9263. With Kimmy's husband building this outdoor 3-season room bar in his house. He's got the TV. He's all excited. This is his spot. What is the first word that pops in your head when you find out a guy has a home bar?
The first word?
Home guy bar is
Oh, it's cool.
cool?
Yeah.
Because your dad had one.
Oh, yeah.
He was super cool, right?
It is. I would say if you didn't talk to my dad, and if you just saw him driving by, you would think he's cool. Mm-hmm. Because he was a rich guy.
You know other guys that have had home bars. Mm-hmm. Not one of those guys do you think is cool. And you know it. You're going through the Rolodex in your head.
Yeah.
Not one of those guys do you think are cool guys.
Well, I here's the problem. I thought they were cool in the moment.
Uh-huh.
Now, when I look back on it, no. But when I was a young guy, and I would go to somebody's house that had a bar, I thought that was the coolest thing in the world. But
Okay.
I was 25, 30 years old.
Yeah, her husband's in his mid-30s.
But if I was 30 years old and I walked into your house, I would think that's really cool.
Yeah, Kimmy, all the high school kids in your neighborhood are going to think you're really cool. Wow! Come on!
They got a bar.
Check it out.
Here's the problem with your bar.
Yeah.
I'll never see it. So,
Well, the stools may be too tall for you.
Yeah, by the way, you don't have an excuse that you have nowhere to entertain now. You have an effing bar room.
Yeah, you haven't had us over.
Yeah, I know. Well, the bar's not done yet. Still a couple of finishing touches left.
You hear this?
A couple
gotta
of
paint.
decades from now.
Yeah.
He's sending me pictures of the bar.
I know.
Yeah,
it's
what are you
not
gonna have
done
my
yet.
wake there?
Maybe if you want.
No, nobody cares that you're going to die. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There's also the question of how you do the bar, because there are two ways to get the home bar done, Tom.
Okay.
You can buy the bar, because they sell them like
They
everywhere.
do. And they sometimes there was at one point we were like looking into it, and you know how like you Google it once and you're just bombarded with
Yes.
ads for like home bars. I can't believe like you could buy like straight up like industrial size
Yeah.
bars
And
for your
theme
house.
bars too.
Yes.
Yeah.
They can be like retro. They can be tiki
Yeah.
bars, whatever you want.
Because I was kind of toying with the idea of doing it, but I wanted like the old school like mahogany Cheers looking bar.
Yeah.
And I was
you
also
could buy those.
And I was stunned also how affordable they were. Not
Oh.
that it was cheap, but I thought it was
Yeah.
going to be
All
way
right.
more expensive, right? You can buy the bar that way, or you can build the bar yourself. And Kimmy, your husband built it himself.
Yes, he did.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
You got a buddy of yours who goes, "Hey man, we just put a bar in.
Yeah, nice.
Built it myself."
Oh, you're chinsed out, huh? What's the name of your bar? Splinters? Exposed nails?
Because like I'm kind of with
Ow!
Tom.
Ow! What happened? I cut my arm. I haven't even sat down yet.
But like what sucks about having the bar, inviting someone over, if you built it yourself, you're going to have an idea of what that bar and bar room
It's gonna
looks
look
like. But that's just it. When you get there, you're going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
Like there's no way. And here's the thing, Kimmy, I'm sure that bar looks great and that your father-in-law did a fantastic job.
Yeah, I mean, if it was my husband building it, it may be a little different.
Didn't have to say that. What I'm getting at is, despite how talented your father-in-law is, Tommy has an idea of what this bar looks like, and it's grandiose in his head. And when Tommy gets there and sees it, he's going to be disappointed.
Well, yeah, like it's not.
It looks homemade.
No, it looks really nice.
I'm sure it does.
But it's not like it's not like a bar that you sit down at a restaurant. You know what I mean?
All right. What's
He's
the,
disappointed.
It's a scaled down bar.
what's the countertop?
What do you mean with? Oh, it's wood.
See what I mean?
Yeah, it's not.
Was the granite store closed?
But bars are wood.
Well, they bet you guys like stuff over
Yeah,
it, like
yeah.
granite or lacquer or something, right? Like,
So my own this is gonna sound really douchey.
oh yeah, please, the first time ever.
So his bar in the basement was marble.
A marble
yeah.
bar.
So the top was marble, and he had a custom cut with like a built-in sink. This is like 1960s,
What
bro.
a dick.
He had like recessed lighting over it and stuff. The big stereo.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy's husband has built a home bar in a 3Cs room in the house. It looks awesome. It sounds awesome. He's very proud of this thing. But I think what people that build home bars don't realize is it eventually turns you into an isolated alcoholic. Let's talk to Michael. Hey, Michael, how are you, buddy?
Good, how are you?
Good, brother. What do you got?
So my wife and I, we moved into our house about a couple years ago, and we have a home bar. And during the Bills year, we have people over all the time. They love the area.
Okay.
Do they?
Outside of the Bills season, though, how often do you use the home bar?
I mean, I go down there every once in a while. My wife won't, but during the year, but I go down there all the time.
So you're down there by yourself drinking at your home bar?
Absolutely.
It's 2:45 in the afternoon. Sitting with me, some pump.
Mike, did you anticipate how much alone drinking time you would have before you had the bar?
No, not at all.
Oh.
So what you're saying is I'm kind of right, Michael.
Yeah,
I'm
but
kind of right.
wouldn't you be doing it anyways?
Well, no, that's the thing.
I
Like,
mean, Tommy does it anyways.
Oh,
He doesn't
yeah.
have a home bar.
when you build something in the house like that, whether it's a bar, whether it's a man cave, you kind of feel like you have to use it because you spent the
Yeah.
money.
Well, you got to
on it.
justify the expense.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Like if Michael just has a couch to sit on
Yeah.
and bought beer in the fridge, he doesn't have to drink the beer. But Michael, you spent that money on the bar. You have to use the bar.
Absolutely.
Especially if you buy all that. Because you're going to buy, if you do a bar right,
Hey, Michael, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
which I guess you got to buy a lot of booze
Yeah.
that you don't even drink
Yep.
to have in there just in case somebody comes over.
Well, yeah, okay.
So
I
you're
did that
gonna
with my
spend-
beer fridge, and you made fun of me for being
well,
a
again,
dick.
but
This
you
is
might have
different
that
than your
stuff
busted
without.
beer fridge.
Oh,
I'm
dude,
talking
just-
about actual alcohol.
You have that stuff without the bar, though. in
No, but,
case
like,
people come over.
when
It's
you
just
dis-
not stored the same way.
But you got to
right?
display like your
Yeah.
husband's going to have it all displayed,
Yeah.
all the labels out.
Sure.
The gin's going to be he's going to have a couple of gins, couple of vodkas, couple of it's
Yeah,
going
he's
to be
right.
laid
Yeah.
out.
You're
Yeah, but that's what I mean, though. Like, we already have those things. They're just, like, in a cabinet right
But they
now.
can't be like it's got to be You can't have weak ass label booze up there.
Yeah, Mr. Baltimore whiskey. Wow,
It does, yeah.
pretty cool.
Yeah. It's got to be names. And you got to have a couple of anchor bottles that you put up top shelf, right?
He's right. Oh, by the way, you also have to have them lit up. You got to have some kind of lighting in the
Yeah,
back
yeah.
so the alcohol looks cool.
And then you got to have the fun booze, like your rums, like your summer drink stuff.
Oh yeah.
And then you got to put your girl stuff in there.
What's my girl stuff?
All your girl drinks. You tell me you don't drink girl drinks.
I don't know what you mean by girl drinks.
Cosmo. You don't drink Cosmo?
You're talking about like a cocktail.
Yeah. And you gotta
Yeah,
have
but
a
that would
blend.
be like stuff you mix. It's
All right,
not
so-
like
but you got to have that stuff out. You got to
Okay.
have the blender. You got to
No,
do
you
it
don't
right.
need- I wouldn't put a blender
No.
out there. I'm not doing.
No,
a
you
blender.
keep it underneath.
What am
But
I
you got to
doing?
have all that
No,
stuff.
I'm not doing a pina colada. What do you?
Call yourself a bar?
You're going to drink a pina
that
colada?
would be at my
Kimmy's
No,
house?
dad's
but
bar.
my wife comes over with like a
Say
nice.
my dad's
it would be
bar.
at my dad has a blender. in his-
Yeah,
in his,
he's
like, little bar
island drink
area.
guy. He's fun drink guy.
My mom is running out of space to put his bar accessories.
All right, Kimmy, that's your future, and you signed off on this. What were you
No, I
thinking?
know, but I think it's just again we would have these things anyways,
Oh, you know what we
with or
gotta
without
do?
the bar.
What are we gonna do?
We're gonna get him a gift.
Well, what do you think?
Many ways we could go here, Patrick.
Okay.
We could get him like one of those glasses, high end glass, like cocktails, like whiskey set.
Okay.
That's kind of pricey though.
Yeah, it is. That is
You
expensive.
can get him engraved too, even more money.
Okay, why would you say a more expensive thing?
Or we could chintz out and get him like fun bar signs.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, yeah.
A
Like
sign
a
that
neon
says.
sign,
What's that?
like one of those neon signs.
Nah, more like one of those wacky signs
Oh,
that
I know
kind
what
of
you're talking
say, "I'm a fun alcoholic."
Yeah, okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
like Bud Light or something.
No, it'd be more like
No.
a saying, like welcome. So
I know what you're talking about now.
welcome to Beefy's bar. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
can we name his bar and we'll buy the sign if we can name it?
Yeah.
I'm scared of what you're gonna name it.
It's going to be something with beef. We're going to need some more brain time.
How about Beefy McFlatties?
Oh, my God. You can name it Flatsy McStaggers.
No, you don't even know your own
Oh,
name.
let's do it.
What was it?
I'm not telling you.
No, damn it. Do we still have that piece?
No, it was Flatty McBusted.
Flatsy McBusteds.
How did Tommy
I don't
remember?
know.
'Cause I
I'm
named
sorry.
you.
I'm sorry.
Can we get that?
Flatsy McBusted.
Can we do that?
No,
We'll pay
I'm
for
not putting that up.
We'll pay for a high-end neon mirror sign. Flatsy McBusteds. Come on, be cool. What were your,
Be cool.
What would your husband say if we offered it?
He would be confused.
We'll play the audio of the commercial.
How's that than any other night in that house?
I want to read this Facebook message before we move on. Again, we're talking about Kimmy. Kimmy's husband building a bar at his house, and it sounds like every man's fantasy, but
Yeah.
it turns you into an isolated alcoholic. Mark's got the last word on Facebook. He says, what home bar guy doesn't realize is when he builds his, it keeps his friends from building their own. My buddy down the street has one, and it's kind of busted. I could make one in my basement much better, and I want to, but if I do, I'll just be there by myself. So I just spend time at his house, and his wife hates me for it.
Okay.
Have you thought about that, Kimmy?
I've not, no.
Okay.
The busted buddy you can't get out of the house.
Yeah, right? You got free alcohol. Hey, I'm over here, guys. Just having a good time tonight. All right.
It's outside, so I don't want to, you just shut the door.
Well, the good thing, like we said about having the home bar, is you can drink and not have to worry about how you're going to get home.
Yeah.
Or what you will do outside of your house while drunk. And we're going to tell you a story that you almost never see anymore.
Oh, really?
I mean, it's drunk driving. You see that all the time. But it's where this guy was driving to. Because it's very possible this man was ready to do some under the influence in-person shopping.
Shopping?
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We've seen some country-ass stories here in the break room.
We got some country.
But this one may take the cake.
Yeah.
Hell, by the time we're done, we can have a song that'll win us a Country Music Award.
No kidding.
But what it seems this man was doing wasn't
Yeah.
only physically dangerous for him and the people around him, it could have been dangerous for his wallet. Because spending money, especially at a place like where it seems he was headed, in this condition, is going to lead to some bad choices. You're hanging out in the breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, have you signed up for your chance at your shot at $100,000?
$100,000.
Download the free Odyssey app, log in, listen to CMF on the app for 1 hour each weekday. Get your daily entry for your chance at your share of $100,000 in this national contest. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. Just after 7:45 this morning, it looks like we have found the limits of all you can eat.
Okay.
And it involves the cops.
Oh.
We'll get to it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us right on the line of where you can hear our voices every day.
Wait, the county line?
That's right. Well, not really. The Finger Lakes Mall in Cayuga County, like right near Auburn. You know what I'm talking
Oh,
about?
yeah.
Police were called to that area after a man crashed his Ford F-250 pickup truck.
That's a man truck.
Oh, yeah, it is. When they got to the scene, they found the truck sticking out of a pond.
Out of a pond.
That's right.
Okay.
A pond in front of the Bass Pro Shop.
Okay. Man, that's country.
The driver, who looks to be in his 30s, was given a sobriety test. Police have charged him with felony DWI. He has a court date coming up. So police say he drunkenly crashed his Ford F-250 into a pond on his way to the Bass Pro Shop. And if that's not a Ribs Arkansas song, I don't know what is.
The only thing that story's missing is a dog.
But past the countryest situation we've had in a long time, if this man, in the condition the police describe him in, was on his way to do some shopping at the Bass Pro Shop, he's doing something most of us haven't done in a long, long time.
What's that?
In-person drunk shopping.
Yes. But he was also country drunk.
Well,
Country drunk is just a different type of drunk.
what is country drunk?
Country drunk is straight whiskey drunk.
Okay.
Okay, so you're saying it's sloppier,
It's to your point, it's like more dangerous.
more aggressive?
Yeah, because you're like in a big man truck. You probably got tools in the back. You know what I mean?
I've never heard of country drunk.
Country drunk. I had a truck and now it's sunk. Wait, but you sink a truck at a mall.
In front of the Bass Pro
Yeah,
Shop.
like you weren't
Yeah.
like trying to put a bass boat in the water. You weren't going to a duck blind.
It's in front of the Bass Pro Shop. So, talking about the drunk shopping in person. Drunk shopping today is super easy now with Amazon, all the direct social media
Oh,
ads you
sure.
get. But we used to be a proper country. You used to have to get a ride somewhere to be intoxicated and buy things. Do you guys, either of you, remember the last time you in-person drunk shopped?
Yeah, I mean, I know I've done it. Oh, yeah, actually, on the way home from something going, I did this a lot. So, fat boy,
Yep.
working a comedy club on a Wednesday night, doing open mic, running that thing.
Sure.
Coming home, hit that munchie button, pull into Wegmans late when they were 24 hours,
Yep.
and whatever, because I would go to that prepared food section, but it's kind of like hit or miss at that point.
Yep.
And so you might score yourself a calzone, right? And then heat that up on the way home, and maybe
Yep.
buy a couple other things that don't really mix with calzone.
Yeah, you're right. You're flying by the seat of
Yeah.
your drunken pants at that point.
That's
Yeah.
a dangerous place to be. That may be the most dangerous drunk shopping you can do is grocery shopping.
Especially prepared food.
Yes.
Because it all looks so goddamn good.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You're absolutely right. The most common drunk in-person shopping
I
scenario.
didn't even think about that. I was thinking more like shopping
Taco
in a
Bell.
mall or.
Well, I mean, do you consider restaurant in-person drunk shopping? Because I think the grocery store is different because you have
Yeah.
so many options.
And you got to get out of the car.
You
You
don't
have to get.
wait. It's just right there. Take it.
You got to check out.
Yeah. You have to interact with other people face to face outside of a situation, right? And like I can remember being so stupidly drunk because like after 11 p.m. You're right. When Wegmans was open 24 hours, 2/3 of all Wegmans customers at that point are drunk.
Oh, they're high.
And they're looking to stuff their face,
Yeah.
right? But like there is also that anxiety when you know you're drunk and you're coming across someone that's sober in a normal situation where it's like you feel like you're standing as straight as you can
Yeah.
and your chin is up
And
as
it
high as
ain't
it goes,
working,
right?
man.
Hello, I thank you for
'Cause
the
You think you look non-toxic. Because I can also remember eating a half a cold calzone before I got home. And I didn't live more than 4 minutes from that Wegmans.
A half a cold calzone is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
Calzone, you eat it alone. You lost your truck at the mall, son.
But in this particular case, with this man crashing drunk his F Ford 250 into a pond in front of the Bass Pro Shop, if he was planning on drunk shopping, he was going to one of the worst places to do it because Bass Pro Shop is full of expensive stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And it's expensive stuff that folks who are into the outdoors want all
Oh,
of,
yeah.
right? The more money you can spend at a place, the more dangerous it is to drunk shop there. And there seems to be something about being able to see it in person and touch it that when you're drunk makes you want it more.
Because you're buying all the glitz.
Yeah. Like your drunk ass is walking out of a Bass Pro Shop with a $700 Yeti cooler you did not plan on buying and that you cannot afford.
You may also spend $700 just on that beef jerky rack. Because if I'm not mistaken, they got every form of beef jerky at that place.
You're right.
It is like a wall. It's like a memorial to fat guys.
No, you're right. When you walk through there, it's two things. It's beef jerky and gum, and don't get those two things mixed up.
Oh, you ain't kidding.
You're going to have a bad time, which brings up what might be our $1 million idea. Jerky gum.
Jerky
gum.
Gum that tastes like jerky. 252 WCMF. We're talking about drunk in-person shopping with this man out right on the line of where CMF can be got. Hey, guys, good to talk to you. He crashed his Ford 250, according to police, into a pond while drunk outside of the Bass Pro Shop. There is one place where drunk in-person shopping still happens on a regular basis.
Where's that?
Sporting events.
Oh, like so you go in and buy something at the gift shop?
Think of the Bills Pro Shop
yeah.
on game day, man. I have been victimized by the Bills Pro Shop while drunk many a times. And those sports franchises know exactly what they're doing.
Do you know how many times I've purchased an item at a sporting event because I was either too hot or too cold?
Yep.
Yeah, this $80 sweatshirt should do it.
And like for some reason your drunken mind's like, $80.
I'm gonna wear this all the time.
This is great.
A little buzz shopping.
It's a deal.
And it ain't just the Bills. Every sports franchise does it, right? You get your drinks in you. You're super excited before the game.
Right.
You've
And
already
they make you walk through certain areas for a reason.
100%. And you're also around like-minded people who are also drunk and making poor decisions because when you're in that sports pro shop drunk, right, at a stadium, you're seeing other people like, they're just grabbing jerseys and $400 coats and hats that are $50 off the wall.
Handfuls of things.
The amount of times I've gotten home from the studios on a Monday after a game, and I soberly see for the first time the thing I bought at a Bills game, more times I want to admit how angry I am at myself because I also have 4 other of those things.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like the amount of impulse koozies people have
impulse
purchased.
koozies. America spends $100 million a year on impulse koozies.
That'd be a great name for a dad cover band.
Impulse koozies? We're impulse koozies, thank you.
I was just thinking like the matching shirts you could have with that.
And like, here's the thing, like sporting events and concerts too, you don't just have to worry about in there. There's also those little street shops that pop up.
Yeah.
Like, for example, at Bills games on
like
Abbott,
the non-official stuff.
Exactly. Abbott Road has
all the knockoffs.
Yes, a dozen tents that will sell you the most obscene
socks,
T-shirts that they will produce for you. And every week, man, like clockwork, I will walk down that road drunk, and I will take that one, I'll take that one, I'll take that one.
And it's all unlicensed cheap crap. Right?
Unlicensed stuff with profane words on the front of it.
That's pretty cool.
Remember when I drunkenly got you that T-shirt of Rob and Rex Ryan riding a bicycle together? Tommy's gonna love this. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good to hear from you, buddy.
So this happened years ago. Me and my now ex-wife were shopping for my wedding ring at Man's Jewelers in Pittsford. And so they had some event going on, and they were serving brunch while we could shop there. So I started drinking mimosas at like 9 o'clock in the morning. And my wife tried one. She's like, oh, I don't really like that. No, you can have it. So I immediately just downed 2 of them in like less than 5 minutes. And then they keep coming around. I think I had 4 mimosas in like less than an hour. And then afterward, maybe 5, was 4 or 5 of them, and they were pretty strong too. And then after we're done, we get my ring, and then we go out for breakfast. And I'm sitting at the restaurant. I think the waitress comes over. I think I said, "Hey, do you got any bread?" No. I'm in the middle of the restaurant. "Hey, do you got any bread I can have? I'm really hungry and drunk." In the restaurant.
Ben is the reason why Rob Mann had to hire a bouncer at all of his ring events from this point forward. You got drunk at a jewelry store on free mimosas.
Did you end up spending more than you intended, or did you just go for one purpose?
I don't think so. The ring we wound up buying, I think, was like $400 or something like that, which I think was about what our budget was. So my ex-wife was sober the entire time, so I think she kind of reined me in a little bit. But yeah, it was a good time though.
All right.
Breakfast was good too, though.
Well, Ben,
Good stuff.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. You know, Ben brings up another aspect of this.
Yeah.
Why are you making a face?
I don't picture him getting some high-end jewelry store buying a man's ring. That's the nicest. That's probably the nicest jewelry store in Western New York.
It is very nice. They also have something for everybody's budget.
Now they do. They got the Ben collection. Come on to Man's for the Ben Trunk Show Ben collection. Where mimosas and rings fit on fat fingers.
Sidebar, I used to think like you did because jewelry is not my world, right?
Yeah.
And, okay. And once you get married, you know, you kind of have to start doing things for anniversaries. I walked into Man's thinking I was going to spend a fortune, and they do have something for everybody.
But it's a very high-end joint.
Well, yeah, it's
they ain't messing.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, with the something for everybody's budget, when your wife sees that box for Man's, she automatically assumes you went super high end. And they go, you know, just tell Rob, hey, don't tell her what she's going to spend. It's cool. 252 WCMF. I see you guys on hold. Sit tight. The only thing that will bring you bigger regret than personally in-person drunk shopping is being sober with someone else while they are drunk shopping.
Oh, yeah. Anytime you're sober with a drunk, it's the worst.
Like if you're driving home and your partner or your buddies
you feel
want to stop.
responsible now. You have to you know, rein them in.
Mm-hmm.
The worst scenario with a drunk person while you're sober where they want to go shopping, if you're on vacation, whomever you're with has had a few drinks at lunch and they want to, there's some shops around the corner. I want to go to these shops around the corner. Because, like, there are small towns near us, in fact, near where this happened, that their entire economy is getting you drunk and sending you to little shops. Canandaigua, Skinny Atlas.
Oh, yeah.
They make
It's walkable.
Yes, they make a fortune on drunk tourists buying pointless stuff bombed out of their mind. Let's go into Trading Post where I can buy a $45 leather carabiner that'll hold my keys. It's a handmade sweater from alpaca made by a Peruvian man, and it's only
alpaca.
$700. Do you not have a Peruvian alpaca sweater made by an 80-year-old Peruvian man? 252 WCMF. We're talking about drunk in-person shopping. Frank's on CMF. Hey, Frankie, how are you, buddy?
Oh, you're going to love this one. I go to Saratoga, once in a while. So I'm at Saratoga 2 years ago, and I never drink hardly anymore, and I was drinking mojitos. I love the darn mojitos.
Can I stop you real quick? Frank, I love you more than anything in the world, and I love you more because you said mojito. Like, mojito. It was the most old white guy way to say mojito, but go on. I'm sorry.
I bought a horse.
You bought a horse?
2% of a horse. I bought it. It said, I'm going. The next morning, I got up with my daughter, and we're what the hell happened yesterday? Dad, you bought 2%
of a racehorse.
Well, anyway, English Jubilee is her name. She's not that good, but she ran a couple of weeks ago, a week or so ago at Woodbine, came in second.
Hey.
But but I've got 2% of this horse, and I bought it. What in the hell? And the next day, Sunday morning, I got up and I'm going, oh my God, I bought the piece of this freaking horse.
So what did it cost you? What
was the damage?
About $1,200. That's not a lot of money. But
it is on a whim.
Yeah.
You didn't come home with a flat screen TV. You came out with a horse's ass.
But she's a beautiful horse too. I mean,
yeah, she's 2% yours, son.
Do you get to interact with the horse at all? Like, do you get to go pet it when you want?
Can't get near that damn horse.
No, whatever. I saw her in Ocala. She winters in Ocala, Florida, in the wintertime.
So are you collecting off of it? Are you getting money off of that horse?
No, I'm not going to win any money off of it. No.
So when they sell it,
no, I'm not. They're not going to sell. I'm not going to. No. It's just I do this. I have 2 horses now. That's all I have. Pieces of.
that's all I
He's
have.
got 4% of 2 different horses.
3 houses, 2 horses.
And I haven't won anything yet.
Bag
I
of
won
weed.
1 race in 5 years on these horses. But
Frank,
anyway,
Drinking his mojito.
Can I say happy birthday to my buddy Craig, who works for the Albion Highway Department?
You just
He
did,
doesn't
Frank.
own any horses either, I don't think.
Frank.
But anyway, I just thought I'd say that because I go, oh, those mojitos are so freaking good.
Frank. Thanks for the call, buddy. Thank you. Have a good rest of
Happy
the day.
birthday to Horseless Craig. He had to throw in there. He doesn't own any horses.
He bought a horse truck.
I don't win.
How did your daughter not stop you from buying a freaking
Maybe she
horse?
was drunk too.
It's in the genes, man.
Okay, all right. Well, let's take a break. Maybe you don't have drunken horse money.
I don't.
Well, all you can eat is an easy way to fill yourself up and not spend a fortune.
Oh, yeah.
But it turns out there is a limit to all you can eat.
Really? So somebody found
There's some
the
rules
limit.
involved.
Yeah, well, no, they found the rules to the point where the police are involved.
Really?
We'll get to the story next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Turns out it's not really all you can eat, buddy.
So what happened?
Well, with this story, it's obvious who's in the wrong here, but I think you're also going to hate the person that was trying to enforce the rules.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. Speaking of rules, just after 8 o'clock this morning, there are old school rules that we were all taught growing up that our parents and grandparents lived by.
Like the golden rule.
Yes, like stupid things that don't really matter, but if you don't do these things, you're not being respectful. You look like a crumb bum.
Crumb bum.
It turns out you discovered by accident your wife still subscribes hard to one of these rules. And we'll get to it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. How about we take a trip to Applebee's, buddy?
Oh, yeah. Applebee's, number one.
That's what one woman decided to do over the weekend. Because you see, Applebee's is running this promotion. You've probably seen the commercials. $15.99, all you can eat boneless wings, shrimp, or riblets.
Damn. Boneless.
Yes. Well, boneless wings.
All right.
There's no bones in shrimp.
All right.
And then riblets have bones.
Okay.
Quick sidebar. Have we ever figured out what a riblet is?
I was just going to ask
It's
that.
the tips. So they're only like that big.
Just a tip? No,
Yeah.
those are rib tips.
So I thought those were riblets.
No, riblets have a bone. I remember eating riblets before.
Yeah, but I mean, I know there's, but it's not a lot.
Not a lot of it's just a tip.
Just a tip.
So Applebee's is going to give you just a tip.
Oh, they're going to give you the tip, son. So wait, this is a chick?
This is a woman.
I thought he's a big dude.
Well, so there were 4 people at the table. Here's the problem.
Wait, 4x4 Club was out?
They only ordered 2 all-you-can-eat Applebee's deals. And when the 2 came up, they all ate out of the all-you-can-eat.
Okay.
When the evening was over and the bill came, the manager pulled them aside and said, listen, we are charging you for 4 all-you-can-eats because all 4 of you ate all you could. You're not going to game the system like this.
Oh, so they were just going to pay for un.
Yes, well,
Yeah,
2.
two.
So they ordered 2,
Right.
but all of them ate.
Right.
They shared it.
Yes. The woman disagreed with that. It led to an argument, which led to the police being
Oh,
called
my God.
on a Friday night at 8:30 at an Applebee's. It led to the woman being arrested
Over riblets.
over all-you-can-eat riblets.
That is as sad as it gets, man.
Who's the dick here?
Oh, she is.
She's the one. Okay.
Of course, man.
All right, but all right.
I mean, you're going to put up a fuss over a couple of apps?
All right. I know she's in the wrong, and
Yeah.
I don't disagree with what you're saying
Technically,
there.
it's against the rules.
Yes. However, calling the cops over someone trying to game the all-you-can-eat riblets thing is also a dick move. I wouldn't even
Yeah.
argue calling them on it because, listen, man, just get them the hell out of there and
Yeah.
don't let them do it again.
I mean,
right?
it is bad business and bad luck, yes.
Because you also have to say, like, I saw you eat that. I saw that person reach over to your plate and eat that.
And I think we all have an image of what that Applebee's manager who would come over and yell, I saw you eat that, looks like in our heads.
Okay, yeah.
And nobody likes that guy.
A control freak.
You know what I'm saying? Well,
Power went to his head.
Yes, power of being the manager of the Applebee's.
I mean, you would think the goal is to keep this quiet, not
Yeah.
make a scene out of anything.
Because this is a national news story.
And it escalated. It's a national
It's
story?
a national news story. This woman
Well, I
getting
guess-
arrested at Applebee's.
To your point, though, I guess I never thought of what would happen if you shared like an all-you-can-eat entree. Because, like, what if I want like a bite or 2 of it? Am I going to get in trouble? Because technically I'm eating you off your plate.
So my wife and I get in this fight all the time because I'm a big Diet Coke guy if you're watching the live stream.
Yeah.
My wife will get water.
Yeah.
When she goes out, if she's not like going to have a glass of wine or something, but then like she'll like, oh, give me some. She'll start drinking some of my soda, and I'm like, well, no, I paid. This is my.
You
soda.
just pass it over.
Well, no, but like she doesn't have. I paid for this soda. I get free refills. You don't. I know they never call us on it.
Yeah.
But it does make me like, hey, somebody stop. Somebody's watching this.
You look super chintz.
She's gaming the system. Yeah,
Yeah.
it makes
Right.
it look like she's going to dump out her water, fill her glass half with my
Right.
soda. Oh, we only paid for one soda.
But I still kind of put it on that woman because, like, at some point, whatever.
You went there knowing you were going to do it,
right?
obviously.
And
Yeah.
how much of you're gonna die on that app hill?
I mean, maybe they didn't have more than $35.
Okay, between 4 people.
By the way, the
I
woman's
want to know how
28, I
much
believe.
they ate. Like, I want to know how many. I don't know how much. Like, if there's a limit to how much they bring out for you.
Well, no, there's no limit, but here's how they get you, and I'll explain it to you.
And by the way, it's an app, which means it's a shared thing. Most people
Not
don't.
in this case.
But most people don't sit down. If you order a couple apps
Right.
for the table, Usually you share it anyway, which doesn't make any sense why Applebee's would care.
Well, no, I think Applebee's like sells this as this is your meal.
Yeah, I mean, these are my potato
Yeah,
skins.
they're your boneless wings, they're your shrimp,
Right.
or they're your riblets, and I think it comes with fries as well. Because when you get a side, it's no longer an app; it is now an entree.
Oh, look at this.
Look, we're living
entree
in a,
app.
We're living in a world now where boneless wings is an entree, where riblets are an entree.
All right.
We used to be a proper country. I agree with you.
Yeah, finger food. I never think of as an entree.
Could you say a more Pittsford ass bitch
Finger
thing?
food.
What?
Oh, you having
Entree.
finger food as an entree?
Yeah, and I also hate eating it with my fingers. I'm not getting that sticky crap all over me.
Barbecue sauce?
Yes.
How are you eat it with a fork? I don't know. Is it hard to eat like something with a bone in it with a fork?
Why don't you ask Tommy's mom?
I was gonna say the same joke.
That's why I got there first, buddy. Offensive defense. Wait, when you were a fat boy and you had ribs,
Yeah.
did you eat them with a fork?
No, I was a barehander. I was a barehanded fat boy.
But there were other finger food, like every finger
Anything
food
that's boneless, I might spear with a fork.
you would cut up chicken fingers and eat them with a fork.
No, I would just spear it and shove it.
Well, what if it's too big to put in your mouth?
There ain't a chicken been born, and his mama's long on the ground. I said, give me that goddamn chicken finger, you son of a bitch.
So what might be the funniest part of the story, with, again, this woman arrested at Applebee's after she went with 4 people. They ordered 2 of the all-you-can-eat boneless wings, shrimp, and riblets, refused to pay for the 4 because they said it was all you can eat. The manager, it escalates. There's an argument. The cops get called after the woman was arrested. Someone from their party came back later that night and paid the whole bill.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
So it was all for nothing.
Right.
It was all for
Yeah.
nothing.
Oh
But this
my
woman's
God.
mugshot is international, is
Yeah.
national news. The location of the Applebee's is national news. Like, it was just all chaos.
I just can't, because I've been out with my family where they have made complete asses out of themselves at restaurants. And
Yeah.
it is like to be at that table and you're not in on this, I'm not paying. It is so effing embarrassing because you're stuck there with them and now their embarrassing stink is on you because you're sitting at the
Yeah,
table
you're
with
guilty
them.
by association.
Right.
No, but
Because
those
then you're look at that group over there.
But that's one of those situations where you step in and just being, I'm going to handle it. I'm done. It's done. I'm
If you
shutting it down.
if you can shut it down, man.
Yeah.
I had a cousin of mine storm out of the restaurant and then come back.
Oh, no.
You can't
And it's
come
like this
back.
tight little restaurant in Little Italy.
Wait, storm out why?
Because my aunt and her got into an argument about
Oh.
and my aunt started screaming at her, "You act like that on my birthday. How dare you do it?" And she went up and she did that other thing too, my cousin, which is a big C move. I'm insulted, but I'm gonna pay. So she went up to the maitre d'. I want to pay for that. She's rude, but I'm gonna pay.
Yeah.
And they're yelling at each other in this tight restaurant, man. And I'm like, I'm just shrinking in this seat.
Yeah.
Which wasn't hard for you.
No, it wasn't. Well, it was a high chair.
And he's done. Damn it. Sorry. So these rules don't exist mostly anymore because they don't matter. They never mattered.
Okay.
It was like our parents and grandparents were looking for something to be upset about and give them something to do.
Get the ire up.
Old school golden rules. I think you put it exactly the way that it is here. However, every once in a while, you will see someone open their mouth
Yeah.
and reveal they still believe these rules matter. That they still subscribe to this 1950s, 60s America, that if you're not doing this, you're not doing it the right way. And it's something that you found out your wife, by accident, may still believe it.
Okay.
We'll get into it next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. There are rules society follows that over time, because they don't really matter, fall by the wayside.
Yeah.
And we're not talking things like laws, more personal things that we all do to maintain a polite society. But here's the thing. It sure does feel like everyone listening has some old school rule they still follow.
Yeah.
And not only do they follow it, they want other people to follow it as well.
Oh, yeah.
And when they see someone breaking that etiquette, you're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Ain't no etiquette in a NASCAR race, buddy.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
We got a pair of tickets to go see NASCAR playoffs at Watkins Glen, the Go Bowling at the Glen NASCAR Cup Series race. It is coming to town on September 15th. We will get you a pair of tickets. Don't call now.
All right.
Don't call now.
All right.
But if I were you, I would wait a little while longer.
Okay.
Wink.
Ain't no winking at the Glen.
We have clearly established that winking is racing. We'll get you those Glen tickets in just a little while here in the break room on CMF. So Tommy, being the resident football expert here,
Yes.
you're getting ready for the season.
Oh, yeah.
And you and your wife were watching the Giants' off-season Hard Knocks on
on
HBO?
HBO. Yeah. So we're watching it, and my wife is getting pissed. And she's not a Giants fan.
Okay.
Yeah.
But she's getting pissed at Brian Daboll.
Former Bills offensive
Right.
coordinator, head coach of the Giants.
And it
Why,
ain't
is he-
about
is
his
he-
coaching.
Is he being mean?
No, he's not being mean.
Okay.
He's not being
Talking crap on the Bills?
No.
What's he doing?
She doesn't like the way he presents himself in meetings
Oh.
and how he comes into the office.
Okay.
She doesn't like the way he sits.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
So he comes in like in all the scenes. He comes walking in, and he just kind of plops down, puts his feet on the table. He leans all the way back, gut hanging out, and he's just like laying back.
He's a little too comfortable.
He looks like he doesn't even care.
Okay.
Like, and it's not just like when he's dressed up as the coach, like because they show them during the draft.
Okay.
And he's in a suit and tie. And he's with the owners and the CEO, this guy, all the big money people are in the room. Same demeanor. Comes in, dress shoes on the table, leaning back. He's got, soda over here. He's eating something. He just looks like a fat slob. Like he doesn't present himself well. And my wife is getting pissed.
Because he's slouching.
Like you don't sit like that when you're the coach. You're the leader of the team. She said, and I quote, McDermott wouldn't sit like that.
McDermott's not a sloucher?
Oh, no.
She's probably right on that, actually.
That guy's got no slouch in him.
Ain't got no slouch, son.
Like, I bet you he practices how he's going to sit in a meeting. And I bet you when McDermott walks into a room, he picks out where he wants to sit based on strength. Like, I bet you he's so buttoned up. Like, he knows if I sit like this and I angle myself and look at you this way, it's a power play.
You're probably right.
This guy walks in with no plan for his ass.
But according to your wife, that's why McDermott has been successful and Brian Daboll hasn't been.
Yes, based on how his ass lands on our couch.
And how he deals with a room full of executives.
Yeah.
You can't slouch and be successful is an old school take, bro.
Check your posture.
By the way, thanks for giving me a heads up on that before I've come to your house and slouched all over your damn chairs, you idiot.
Seriously.
You're allowed to slouch.
No, I know. What did I say when I left?
know.
Oh, yeah, you cannot work with that man. He cannot drive that show because he's a sloucher, and I don't like slouchers.
You're a known sloucher.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
It's easy to laugh at this story, right? But your wife isn't alone. And I don't mean just with the slouching rule. I mean, it seems everyone in the world has at least one old school rule, a vintage proper etiquette that they believe everyone still needs to follow, not only so they are successful and presentable, but so we can have some kind of society. Tom.
Decorum.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What did your grandparents or parents pound so in your head that you still think everyone should be following that golden etiquette rule that doesn't matter today? And I'm going to throw one out there to start off with.
Right.
The most common that you still hear and the most completely pointless, no elbows on the table when
That's
you're
the
eating.
first one that came to my mind.
Mabel, if you're able, take your elbows off the table.
Yeah, my father used to say, slow down, take the elbows off. Nobody's going to take it away from you.
But I remember as a kid, like my parents weren't really big on those rules, mainly because my dad broke all of them. But I remember as a kid going to somebody's house for the first time that was big on those rules and like feeling like I didn't know what to do. You know what I mean? Like, am I cutting the meat with the right hand? Am I they all put their napkins on their laps at the dinner table? Like I was so out of my element realizing like, oh, people actually eat this way.
I didn't learn the napkin on the lap thing was a thing until I met my wife. I'm not even exaggerating.
Well, bro, I know where what you came from.
No, but I'm saying
a dish towel first. A family dish towel is not a napkin.
How dare you besmirch the family towel? No, but like I made it 22 years without eating with a napkin on my lap, and I was fine. But like going back to the elbows on the table thing, why can't the elbows be on the table? Why is that a rule?
Well, it looks like you look like you're eating like a slob.
Okay,
it's like talking with a mouthful of food, which my father did all the time, and so did my grandmother. And my grandmother did one step further that really grosses me out to this day.
What's that?
She smacked her lips when she ate. Yeah, and she talked with a mouthful of food. Gross as crap.
Okay, but you're doing it right now.
What?
You're doing exactly what we're making fun
a
of.
napkin on a napkin on the table also bothers me.
Wait, leaving the napkin on the table bothers you?
The napkins and not on your lap.
Why?
It's on the table. It's gross.
Why? Why is that gross?
It's just because your mouth, you stained up.
No.
Mouth. Your mouth wad is all over the napkin.
So the napkin exists so I can get stuff off my face.
Right. And then you properly put it down and fold it properly so you don't stain your trousers.
It doesn't make any sense. I would need it closer to my face to wipe my face.
What's like this
Bro,
is not what...
You go to a place that got those big-ass lapkins, as I call them, right?
Yeah.
You ever try and get those things from your leg to your face without looking like...
I don't want to see your stained-up period napkin.
So why am I putting it on my pants then? It's
you fold it properly.
Shut up.
You fold it inside so it doesn't stain your britches.
Oh, my God. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I mean, the food ones are the biggest ones.
Oh, yeah.
Like, for example, there was a belief back in the day. I'm sure this was your world. If you were invited over for a meal, you do not start eating until the host starts eating.
You're right. She sits down.
Yes.
Yeah. And then you eat.
Do you subscribe to that?
Yeah, that's rude. Like, you're going to be halfway through your food when she sits down?
Oh,
no, you're going to eat together.
No, but I am your guest. Like, and here's the thing. It says eating. So if that host sits down and starts talking before you start eating, I'm just looking at my food. No, F that, man. I'm starving. You know how people wait and they want to talk and hang out before you have dinner at somebody else's house?
Now, my brother does one of the douchiest things on the planet. My oldest brother. And he I don't know where he got this, but it started about 20 years ago.
Okay.
When he's at a table and a woman gets up to go to the bathroom or whatever she's going to do, he stands up and while the woman goes.
Okay.
And he sits down. When she comes back, stands up again, and then he sits down with her.
Never understood that one.
It's like she's the queen.
Well, and it's just, again, I think
It's
I
a
brought this
douche
up
move.
before, it's pointing out that I got to go to the bathroom right now.
Yeah. Lady Dumpington is about to take a royal squat and plop.
I don't want any attention on me when I'm getting up from the table to go do something.
I do that one.
You do?
When
You
we're
stand
in-
up when your wife?
When I'm in like a fancy place. When any woman.
That's weird.
That was just beaten into me when I was a kid.
Oh.
My grandmother.
That was beaten into you?
My grandmother.
Yeah.
My
Really?
grandmother.
I get like, pulling out the chair for somebody.
No,
I don't
see,
get
that's
like the
douchier to me. I do the chair thing. The chair thing
the
is so
standing up thing
complicated.
doesn't do anything for anybody
No,
other
it's-
than just standing.
I will stand when women leave the table.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
I will
I
do
do
the
it.
whole walk over to her side of the car to open up the car door.
Oh, look at you, man. Were
And
you going on a date in the 1950s?
So how about, all right, I'll say this, man.
Yeah.
You make fun of your brother and call him Douchington with Lord Lady Ploppington, whatever, right? I did the table thing and the car door thing with my wife when we first started dating because like I was just, it was just beating in my head.
You're also trying to date her.
No, but I was doing that with every chick that I
Oh.
was dating.
Right. Wait, those hogs? Those West Side beaters? You were doing that too?
I just had it. It was just instilled in me as a kid. My wife was so impressed by the
Right.
table and I think that was one of the deal closers on the first date.
Okay. All right.
Legitskis. So, I mean, look, there is a benefit sometimes if you would do something that seems classy when you're not actually classy, right?
Right.
But I wouldn't, chastise a guy for not standing up,
Right.
although you do look like a dick when I stand up and you don't.
Right, because then now everybody's in on it.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. The old school etiquette, the golden rules that we used to have as a society that we don't observe anymore because they don't really matter. Tommy's wife gets really upset that Brian Dable, former offensive coordinator for the Bills, now head coach of the Giants, slouches when he sits.
Feet on the desk, feet on the table. Dress shoes on the table.
Let's talk to Taylor. He's on CMF. Hey, Taylor, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Oh, Lady Taylor. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, it's okay. So I would definitely say manners at the table for sure. I think you guys kind of mentioned it, doing with your mouth closed, but something that I definitely try to reiterate to my own kids is to take small bites so you don't look like flops.
I hate that.
Of course you do.
No.
Slow down.
Oh, is that good food and you're hungry?
Well, it's also safety.
Eat enough where it's not satisfying even when it's gone.
How about,
Shut up, Taylor.
How about chew your food and also you have to eat like an animal.
No, I'm hungry and this is good. I would like all of it in my mouth, please.
So when you're at a nice,
The problem is, though, that my son, it has nothing to do with how good the food is. It's because he wants to get back to watching his tablet or YouTube or whatever the heck it is that he's doing. He shoves so much food in his mouth so quickly that he can't even shut his mouth. So,
Taylor.
I mean, it's a little much, okay?
Taylor, if you weren't so boring as a mom, maybe he wouldn't want to get back to that tablet so fast. I'm just saying.
Listen, I'm a cool mom. You can ask my kids.
I'm a cool mom. You can ask my kids. Taylor, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. I think it was Taylor.
I would say eating too fast. So if you're at a dinner with people and you're scarfing it down at a restaurant, nice, and everybody else is taking their time, and you look like it's your last meal before you go into the chair, like slow down.
Well, and it's funny too because my husband is that person that eats really fast.
You eat like you're going out
and
of
like
style.
I know it's coming when we're out
I'm sorry,
with
did you hear Mike Muley real quick?
I didn't hear
You
what he
eat
said.
like it's going out of style. Go ahead. I'm
But
sorry.
he also gets mad when people point it out, and I'm like, well, it is shockingly fast.
But you don't have to say anything. It's much less classy to point it out than
Wow,
it is
you
to
finished that quick.
No, that is a
wow,
dick.
you inhaled that.
That is a dick thing
But
to say.
I mean, but when you're eating that fast and everybody else is like not even midway through their meal, it's
I
almost
gotta
like
see him eat now.
it's almost like you feel like you have to point
Do you
it
think
out.
like a full meal, like let's say you sat down for like a regular nice pasta?
Yeah.
How fast? 5 minutes?
I mean, he always finishes before the table. Like, I've never been at a table of people where somebody else beats him to it.
Damn.
I love how she says you have to point it out. It would be like me, like, wow, you're really fat. Like, you don't say things out loud sometimes.
Well, because that's something you could control. How fast you eat.
I love
Because
how you-
here's what I look. When you do stuff like that, when you got the elbows and all the other stuff and the slouch, you look like you don't have any class.
Who cares? What is class? What is class?
Class is what gets you ahead in this world.
Really? Who says, man?
Look at him sock.
You're wearing post office pants and crescent moon socks. Is that class?
The United States Post Office.
What is-
Heard of them?
What the hell is wrong with you? Cat Stevens over here. And I love how you start this break with, oh, my wife's being silly. Every single rule that's come up, you have agreed with.
Yes.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Carl. Hey, Carl. How are you, buddy?
What's up, buddy? Hey, Tommy, you can be a classy douche. There's classy douches. I got to say, the thing you got to have is your word in your balls and a handshake that means something.
Oh, I do
You know,
believe in the.
not moving
I believe in
somebody's
the
Firm
handshake. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, and meaning behind it. It's not just moving your hand, grabbing somebody's hand and moving it up and down. There's meaning behind it, respect.
Oh,
you
no,
know?
I don't believe in
I
that.
feel like
No,
that's
I
kinda-
no. I'll shake anybody.
No?
No,
No respect?
not my word, no respect.
Oh,
but
not-
I'll shake it hard. I'll do that.
There you go.
Carl, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the
That's
day.
what I got for you.
That was a young Carl that sounded like an old Carl.
Oh, yeah.
And he had old Carl
Well, he
takes.
actually told me Carl with a K. He pointed that out when he said my
Right.
name's Carl. I was like, either way, it's Carl.
K. Carl.
It's awfully pinko, Carl. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Pete. Hey, Petey, how are you, buddy?
Hey, Lord Ploppington and Tommy, how you guys doing?
Good,
so
buddy.
What's
I'm
up?
saying the one that was big for me was direct eye contact when you're speaking to someone.
Okay.
Mhm.
Do you consider that an old school rule, Tommy? I thought that was just common, like, courtesy.
I wouldn't think of that as etiquette. But maybe it is.
Now
It's
that I'm
amazing how many
focusing on it.
people don't.
Well, you're saying how many people don't make direct eye contact?
Yeah, so when I was in high school, it was one of those things where they brought in like different people from different businesses and they interviewed you to kind of get you prepared for like the real.
Business
that was one
etiquette.
of the things. I was one of the only students that had direct eye contact throughout the entire meeting, and that was one thing that they always looked for in a
Staring
professional setting.
weirdos.
That was the name of his high school football team. The Wayne Staring Weirdos. Pete, thanks for the
I'd
call.
rather be the staring weirdos than Lord Ploppington.
Got it, Petey. Thanks, buddy. Have a good rest. Remember when Pete was charming?
Yeah, he was fun back in the
You know,
day.
he's just coming in all angry all the time. Going to the direct eye contact
Yeah.
thing. So, like, that was pushed into me big when I was a kid. But I think as we learn more about how certain people operate and like things that they deal with on a daily basis, when I see someone not making direct eye contact, I don't assume they're being a dick. I assume that they have something going on.
They're busy.
No, I meant like there's something happening that's not allowing them to feel comfortable making direct eye contact.
Like a social,
socially awkward.
Yeah, that or whatever it is. Like I don't look at that anymore as like, oh, this person's disrespectful. And it makes you wonder too, like back in the day, because just because we know these things exist now, doesn't mean they didn't always exist.
Yeah.
Right? There were people that couldn't control. Look at that crumb bum. Won't even look in the eye. His handshake doesn't even mean anything. He just moves it up and down. There are some that have come back around.
Okay.
The number one that has come back around in the last couple of years.
That are pissing people off if you don't do it?
Yeah. Handwritten thank you notes.
Oh.
So funny you bring
Did
that
that
up.
ever go away?
It did for a while.
It did? I don't know.
We just got one delivered at our house, and I was like, man, people still do this?
Oh,
and
yeah.
it was a personal handwritten to my wife, and I was like, man, I haven't seen one of these. It looked like the Dead Sea Scroll to me.
Every wedding and shower I've gone to, there's always a handwritten thank you involved.
Anything that my wife gets or like somebody does like a favor, she will write a handwritten thank you note. She has like 15 different pieces of stationery with envelopes.
Yeah.
Depending on the mood, the event that she will pull out. Like she's Benjamin Franklin with a quill and ink and write these letters.
And that's old school. That is really old school thinking. Because if I thanked you, and I appreciate it,
Yes.
but it has to be officially written down in official fancy stationery and mailed to you.
Why can't I just say thank you?
And you probably already did.
And we get thank you letters, handwritten thank you letters from people all the time. And it's like, okay, then, do I have to write you a thank you for the thank you?
But here's not necessarily that. But if you get let's say you go to somebody's house. No, let's say somebody comes to your house, you give them a thank you.
Yeah.
When you go to your house, now you're obligated to throw one their way.
You're absolutely right.
It's a never-ending cycle of misery.
Can I tell you the most obnoxious thing that lives in my house now?
Well, I think I'm looking at it. But...
No. Not even close to me.
Really?
And this is an old school thing?
Oh, boy. My wife subscribes so hard to the thank you note idea.
Yeah.
She bought a personalized embosser for $20.
So it's a stamp, right? Is it
It's a click.
Okay, so it's almost like a notary stamp.
It's exactly what it looks
like.
like.
So it'll be raised.
Yes, it's got her name and our address.
That is class.
Shut up. It is so pointless. If I told you anyone else did that, you'd be killing it right now. But you're a coward-ass bitch because it's my wife.
She's one of the good ones.
Bro, every letter she sends, she embosses with her name and address. I can't say nothing.
And it's pretty impressive.
No, it's not impressive. It's so obnoxious. It is so... What are you? What What is this? The Pony Express? Shut up. Stop.
But I have to say, like, when you get a handwritten card like that, like, I am impressed that you took the time to do it because I ain't doing it, man.
I can't remember a second ago when he was like, hey, this is late. What are you doing? I was like, oh, your wife did poop? Where can I get me one of them cool personalized embossers? And it was so cheap, I couldn't even be mad about it. Oh. It's only $20.
I wouldn't even know where you'd get something like that.
Probably was like
the antique writing store.
I don't even know, bro. She has gone to what do you call them? Stationery stores.
Yeah.
There was one in the Eastview Mall that closed. Yes, because
so my wife bought them out. So when they were closing, she went in there. It was all like 90% off. She came home with like boxes of stuff.
So stupid. All right, everybody on hold. We got to move on. I really appreciate the call. What were the elbows on the table etiquette at a NASCAR tailgate at Watkins Glen?
Well, you can put anything on that table, son. Newborn.
8th caller, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We got a pair of grandstand tickets for the September 15th NASCAR playoffs at Watkins Glen. This year's Go Bowling at the Glen NASCAR Cup Series race, the second race in the NASCAR playoffs round of 16. To purchase tickets or for additional info on camping, hospitality, and more, go to theglen.com or call us right now, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We got a pair of tickets for you in the grandstand, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Good luck from your friends here on CMF. You want your kid to have a career.
Oh, sure.
Right? But when they know what they want to do is a complicated situation. Not only because sometimes it's hard for kids to do that,
yeah,
but also if your kid gets fixated too early, it can be an issue. And that's something that is up for debate with a program the Rochester City School District is running.
Oh.
We'll get into the whole thing next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. What do you want to be when you grow up?
Oh.
That's a question adults still have a hard time answering.
Yeah.
And it's a question we were asked a lot when we were kids.
Mm-hmm.
There is a point in your life, Tommy, after experiencing different things, that your kid should have an answer. What do you want to be when you grow up?
Okay.
But having a quick reply to that too early or too late can cause all kinds of potential issues.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we have our winner for those NASCAR tickets. Kimmy, who's going to see NASCAR?
Hold on. I closed out of it.
Chuck.
You'd be terrible in a pit crew.
Chuck
Joe.
won.
Joe!
I was close.
Joseph.
I had a Chuck.
Joe is not even close. What, Joseph?
Joseph.
Joseph's not
Joseph.
a NASCAR name. Okay, we've had a Greg, a Chris.
Had a Greg, a Chris, and a Brian, and now
and
a
a
Joseph.
Joseph.
Well, we're trying to put people on a NASCAR race, not start a Bare Naked Ladies cover band. Congratulations, Joseph. We will have one final pair of tickets right tomorrow. Kimmy, is that what I heard?
I believe so.
Okay, for NASCAR. But just because you didn't win that doesn't mean you can't win anything.
Well, that's it. We're out, right?
Well, no.
What
We
we
got
got?
your chance at your share of $100,000.
$100,000, Joseph.
Download the free Odyssey app. Log in, listen to CMF on the app for an hour each weekday. Get your daily entry for your chance at your share of $100,000
$100,000, Joseph.
in this national contest. I think you're having a stroke.
Oh, many years ago.
The Rochester City School District, they've been spending the summer running what they're calling a Discovery Learning Program.
Oh, what?
It's actually pretty self-explanatory.
Okay.
They bring kids in with someone who works in a specific industry, and those workers explain what it is they do.
Oh, like a work fair almost.
Yep, why they got into it and how much they can make. But it's you get like one presentation per day per person. So
Okay.
you're not walking from table to table. Someone will get up and talk for, I don't know, 45 minutes, an hour, whatever. So there have been visits from carpenters, folks who works in video production, e-gaming. It runs the whole gamut.
All right.
And Kimmy, what might be the most interesting part of this, it's for middle school students.
That young.
You think that's young?
So what? That's like 12?
Yeah, so 11, 12, 13 years old.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that would work at all.
All right. Kimmy, when you're in middle school, you have an idea of what you want to be. But most of the time, it's an extreme fantasy.
Cool.
Right?
Job, yes.
Like you're going to be an astronaut, quarterback, rock star.
Right.
Like
You
Kimmy,
still have that dream, I guess.
like you in middle school legit thought you were going to be a marine biologist.
Yeah, until I took actual biology, and I was like, nope.
Like she saw dolphins on her Lisa Frank folder. I want to do that. I want to raise purple dolphins. What age should a kid really know what they want to do the rest of their life? 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
I mean, that's kind of hard to tell a kid, like, it's still in high school, this is what you want to do for the rest of your life.
Bro, when you're in high school, you're a year or two away from
do you
choosing
think,
your
though,
major.
do you think in high school you start to learn what you're not good at?
Well,
And
everybody
maybe
but
that's,
Tommy.
but maybe that's what helps it helps you focus maybe on the things you are good at, like things that you thought you'd be good at that you're not, so that's no longer a dream.
I get where you're coming from, and I agree with you there. And like to your point, Tommy, yes, it does seem weird that we're asking 15, 16, 17-year-olds, what do you want to do for the rest of your life? But by the end of their junior year of high school, kids are expected to at least have an idea of what they want to major in if they're going to
Which
college.
is so flawed to me. But
oh, no, please go on. Why don't you take off your glasses, move your pipe out of your stupid mouth? Let me explain to you how the system is flawed. It's not wrong or stupid. It's flawed.
I mean, you think you want to be a croupier now, but maybe you're more of a pit boss. I would say if I had to come up with an age, it would have to be 16.
So by 16. But you still think
like to
that's...
sit down and go, what do you have people come in and talk about different careers.
Okay. But you would say if a 16-year-old didn't know what they wanted to do and someone was like, you need to know, that's too much pressure on a kid at that age?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, there are parents who will send their kids to college to figure out what the kid wants to do, right? Like Kimmy, there are kids that will start on a liberal arts path.
Yeah. You go and you think, I'm going to discover what I like here. Because I was always jealous of the kids that did know exactly what they wanted to do when they graduated high school, whatever path that was.
But I always wonder if those kids still
I don't know. I don't know what the
do that.
percentage of kids that stick with it, how successful they are.
You know, we keep talking about college here. It could be easier for a kid that wants to work in the trades, at least locally.
Yeah.
Because BOCES has that WMOCO program that will introduce high school kids to all kinds of trades.
And you're kind of doing hands-on.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes, you a bunch of different jobs,
Yeah.
too. Like, you can learn anything from being a mechanic to a carpenter, being a hairstylist or a barber, right? And you could take different programs over
So you
kind of
like
like
it.
a path. Yeah.
Exactly. But at the same time, even if a kid finds a passion for one of those things, you're still dealing with a teenager that can wake up one morning, decide they're bored with that,
Yeah.
and want to try something
Yeah,
else.
it's such a moving target.
All right. Tommy, what age did you realize this is what I want to be and this is what I want to do for the rest of my life? When you were in high school, what did you want to be when you grew up?
So I knew I wasn't good at anything, so I was going to go work in the grocery business.
But you didn't want to be
No.
that.
No, I wanted to be a stand-up comic.
Okay, so you want to be a comic.
Right.
And you never were able to do that.
No. Bob Hope doesn't even write his own jokes. So I would say, yeah, I wanted to be a stand-up comic.
Okay.
Right.
But you didn't pursue that until you were in your 30s.
Yeah, I was 25 before I really even went on stage.
Oh, okay.
once.
All right, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
So, and it was a stupid dream at the time. The only comedy clubs in the country were in New York and Los Angeles. You live in West Palm Beach, Florida. Where are you going to get your formal training in comedy?
Well, here's the thing, though. You might be wrong because you say it was a stupid dream at the time.
Mhm.
Whenever you got on stage,
Yeah.
it was a stupid dream. There was never at the time. Anytime you stood in front of a microphone to tell jokes, it was a stupid dream. So don't sell yourself short, buddy.
All right,
It
all
was always, will always, ever be, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, a stupid thing for you to do. Kimmy.
Yeah.
What did you want to be when you were in high school?
Popular.
Like I said, I thought I wanted to do, like, as a kid, I remember my dream was to, like, work with, like, sea life.
Okay.
And then I think in high school, you're kind of, I don't know. I think I was a lost soul when it came to that. I had no idea what I wanted to do once high school ended.
Okay. I wonder if that's more common because we have two people here that didn't know what they wanted to do.
Right.
Like, I just thought, I'm going to figure it out. I'm figuring it out. There wasn't like one specific goal that I had or something that I really thought I wanted to do. It was like, I'll explore a bunch of different things and see what I like.
I mean, usually it's your heroes that you want to aspire to.
Sure.
So I think, you know what I mean?
No.
So, like, I think when you ask a kid that question, he's thinking of the coolest person he can think of, and that's what I want to be.
I get it, but Kimmy brought up a good point earlier.
Yeah.
Like when you get to high school, you start to realize there are limitations
Right,
to life, right? Like I'm not going to be able to be a
Like,
quarterback
yeah.
in the NFL, or I'm not going to be able to be the most famous musician on the planet.
Right.
Like, I
right?
enjoyed like art class, but then I think in high school you start to realize, well, what is there to do with this? You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, I don't
Radio.
even have like a specific job in mind that I'd want to do this.
Yeah, like I'm not going to cut my ear off and move to the south of France. I'm not that dedicated to the job. I'm not Van going anywhere. That's the highest brow joke you're ever going to hear on this show. So mark
And
it,
it sucks.
save it, send it to XXI and see if I get a new job. 252 WCMF. We're talking about this program the city school district has been running this summer, Discovery Learning Programs, and it's a great idea. They bring in folks that work in all different kinds of jobs, and they have the kids sit in front of them for a couple hours. They explain what they do, what they make, how to get into that job, see if the kids are interested. But it's for middle school kids, and I think everyone in the room was shocked that they were showing these kids, this is what a job can be
Yeah.
at that young, the age that you should know what you want to do for the rest of your life. Let's talk to Joe. Hey, Joe, what's up, buddy?
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, so the problem with making a decision based on where you want to go to college and what you want to do is a lot of these kids are going to get tempted with these trade jobs and heavy equipment operators, so on, et cetera, and stuff like that. I mean, Duff, I got a cousin. I won't mention his name. He doesn't know what 2 + 2 is, making $125,000 a year working for CSX.
Okay, that's not a nice thing to say about all the other people that work at CFX.
I'm just saying, though. No.
Is that why they
I love
derail
my
so much?
cousin. He does. I love him like a brother. But I'm just saying, the kid can't fight his way out of a paper bag, making $1.25, no college education, nothing. Duffy, I'll take myself for an example. I was going to Bryant and Stratton. I got my tap and pill checks in my name, cashed them, went to OTB, threw the money on the horses, and I'm making $100,000 this year at the post office.
Attaboy, worst part, it was Frank's horse. He lost all that money on.
What?
No, I mean, look, Joe, but like you didn't want to be a post office worker when you were in high school. You know what I mean?
Well, Duffy, but the problem is you don't know these jobs exist until you grow up and you realize there's an opportunity with no college education to make $75,000 to $100,000 with a $25 an hour benefit package.
No, listen, I agree with you 100%. Look, I think we're having two separate arguments here. The point I'm making is, Joe, right? Like, I'm happy you found your spot, and you're right. Thank God, Joe, there are jobs and places for idiots like you and me and Tommy and your cousin, right? For us to be able to make a living and eat and sleep places. But, Joe, what did you want to be when
High
you were
school
16?
Joe.
Yeah, 16 years old.
I got you. So I
I wanted to be a fifth grade school teacher.
You want to be a school teacher?
I wanted to be a school teacher, yeah. My father passed away when he was 39. I had to go to work to help my mom.
Okay.
So I went right to work out of college, and didn't go to college. But the problem is, even if you decide what you want to do, you think you want to go down that path, there's so many intangibles that can lead you away from that.
You're right. You're absolutely right. And Joe, thanks for the call, buddy. By the way, I make six figures. We call him Six-Figure Joe now.
Yeah, but don't bet the 3-horse in the Forest Aqueduct.
Joe, thanks, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. His cousin's still stuck in that paper bag.
Oh, poor bastard.
Right, but okay, so Joe's story, all right, he wanted to be a teacher, and he couldn't do it because of outside circumstances, right? Understandable.
Life happens.
And he says, those little intangibles that you can't account for, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that it's not something you still wouldn't have been good at, that you wouldn't have been happy doing.
True.
Right.
I mean, on the flip side of it, right, like, there were lots of teachers that got into it thinking it would be something, and it turned out to be something else, right? Like we found the last couple of years with teachers getting the hell out of the business and having these shortages, yet somehow laying off teachers at the same time, which doesn't make any sense to
I'm
me.
not sure how that works.
Right? Like, I don't know. Like, when you think about the people that are making money right now, doing what they wanted to do in school, I bet you that percentage is higher than you think.
Really?
Well, because, yes, most kids have wild fantasies. But kids always think like fields, not specific jobs. Like I want to work in healthcare, I want to work in business.
But you don't have
because you might not know enough about that industry to even point out a specific job. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Right.
What?
I'm sorry, I just jammed my glasses in
Oh.
my eyeball. Ow! Damn it! I saw the flash and everything.
Oh my God.
Ow. What percentage of people would encourage a middle school kid to take the career path for the job that they have right now? Like, would you encourage a middle school kid to pursue?
No.
Well, what if you every now and then, like, you just find a kid that's like gifted at something or they're really
that's
good
different.
at it.
Like a golden child with a talent that's a little different.
Okay, but even a kid in middle school that's gifted in a specific route, one, it doesn't mean it's healthy for that kid to keep going down that road, and two, it doesn't mean they're going to like it 10 years from now. You can burn that kid out. Look what happened to Bobby Fischer.
Yeah.
Where is he? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think he died.
He's very much alive and tweeting.
Wait, the chess player?
Yeah, he's alive.
I think
He's definitely alive. No, I know he's insane. He's definitely alive.
All right.
It's still insane.
What about Spassky? How's he doing?
I thought that fell on people from space.
Oh, okay. The Spassky?
Yeah. Kimmy has no idea what we're talking about. Nothing. Gone. Nothing? Bobby Fischer?
Yeah, the chess player.
Okay.
Hey!
Spassky?
No.
Also
oh, my God. That's like Simon and
Tommy
Garfunkel.
just made that up.
Simon and Garfunkel?
Well, if you know.
Yeah, no. When Fisher and Spassky did their.
they toured here.
Shut up.
They came to CMAC.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Fisher and Spassky?
Yeah, Joe Walsh opened for him.
Let's take a break. So, this is like terrible news.
Okay.
Super scary news. And if your dad, like in the 1970s or 80s, had this story pop up and this was taken from him, he'd be losing his effing mind. I feel like we should be more concerned that maybe everyone in America had this stolen from them yesterday. Did you see this?
No.
We'll get into it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This probably should be a bigger deal than it's being made out to be.
Oh.
And I get why we're all like just not even fazed by this anymore. But it turns out that every single person in America may have had the most valuable thing about their identity stolen yesterday.
Yesterday.
Did you not see this story?
I don't think so.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. There was a data breach that involves everybody's most private public data. There is a group called National Public Data, which provides personal information to employers, private investigators, people that do background checks. They have access to everyone that has ever worked's social security numbers.
Oh, whoa.
Okay, so like the most private
yes,
information.
the one thing you don't want stolen.
And a hacking group called USDOD claims they stole 2.7 billion records from this national public data.
Wait.
Cool.
Which would include all of our social security numbers.
Yeah.
It is possible that this company now has the social security number of anyone that has ever been employed ever in the United
So
States
that's
of
everybody.
America. Well, anybody that's over the age of 15, 18, 21.
But, right, because, God damn.
So
how?
I mean,
you didn't see this
No,
story
I did not.
yesterday?
I watched the news yesterday. It wasn't even a national story.
I actually didn't see it either.
How did you not see this?
Bro, I watched probably 2 hours of national and international news. Did not see this story.
All right, so that's how serious people are taking it. Is it didn't make the news yesterday? I saw it a couple of
Maybe
places.
they're trying to catch it.
Right, so it says now it's unclear how big of a threat this is. There are people that are saying
Sounds pretty big.
There are people that are saying that this company is bluffing and they didn't actually do this. But officials are advising people to quote monitor their credit reports and manage their passwords effectively.
I'm worried about if I'm retired. I'm worried about my goddamn check.
You got that? They could also, with that information, open up.
Yeah.
Credit cards,
Anything.
take out a mortgage in your name, all of these things. And apparently, according to the story, this company claims they've tried to sell some of this information on the dark web.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The darkest of webs.
Oh, that's deep.
So other than like monitoring your stuff, what else can you do about it?
Nothing.
It kind of seems about it.
Right?
Yeah.
Because they could sit on it forever. Right?
It's
And
out-
pull a
once it's
move
out there,
5
yeah.
years from now.
Yeah.
Because they're probably not going to use all 2 billion of them today.
Well, it takes time and almost 3 billion, 2.7 billion. So it not only affected us, it also affected residents of the UK and Canada.
So like all pensioners and people like that in those countries.
I have given you all the information that I have, my friend, which is way more than you had. How did you not see this?
Bro, I'm telling you. Nothing.
Okay, so that kind of speaks to how we treat these leaks now, because like for years, remember
It's
when
a
this
big one.
But like, remember when this first started happening and people were
Yeah.
flipping? They got my address and my name.
Yeah.
Right. Like we're at
Yeah.
the point now where everybody's
Got your stuff.
Unless
Well,
you
it
just
kind of goes to what I always said. I figured my information's already gone.
been
They just
leaked
haven't
already.
gotten to me. Yeah. And I know that's a terrible way to think, but what else can I can't sit there and worry about it all.
Well, and I think about it every time I put down my social security number on whatever form or
Every time they
application I'm
call.
filling out. But at the same
give it
time,
to
it's like, well, if I don't give these people my social security number, like I don't get what I'm here for. So it's one of those things you're kind of forced to do.
252
Like
WCMF.
your workplace needs your social security number.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this hacking group that claims they hacked a company, a group.
Yeah.
That has access to everybody, essentially, social security number. They claim they did it in America, the UK, and Canada, whatever their versions of the number would be. And that means this company could have every single person that's ever been employed in America's ever social security number. And it's not like you can go back and change everybody's social security number.
Good luck.
Right? Well, even if, yeah.
You'd be there forever. It would take 100 years.
Well, I guess you could, like, randomly generate them, right?
All right.
You don't know what that means.
Let the AI do it.
That's what, well, I mean, kind of, I
Kinda.
guess.
Ah, see, I was
Comes
right.
up with a
eh?
number.
Well, no, but it's not AI. It's randomly generated.
The computer does it.
Okay.
It's like playing quick pick with your life.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. But
Come
I
on, baby. Give me a good one.
but that's what your social security number is anyway.
But I hate it. 'Cause I would hate to get a new one because the other one's in my head.
I know.
And I cannot hold numbers in my head at all. And it's the only one that sticks.
There are 3 numbers I remember. 4. My wife's phone number, my social security number, my old house number when I was a kid.
That's amazing.
And the girlfriend I had when I was in sophomore year of high school's
Wow,
house
look at
number,
you.
who lives on Stone Road. And maybe I'll call her parents today and see how they're doing.
Okay, that would be very nice of you.
Now they hated me.
Yeah, I got none of that.
Nothing? You don't even remember
I
your
know.
old
I
house number?
just my social. I
Well,
only
you know what it
remember
was
the-
when we were kids? Like, they really made sure you knew all your information. Like, it was like
Yeah.
the stranger danger movement. Tommy never had that.
Well, I remember that. I remember the road. I don't remember the number. But I have that thing with numbers and letters.
Sure.
They don't hang out. They in and out, and off they go.
Bye. Bye-bye.
It's like an open window.
All right, let's take a break. All right, listen.
Yeah.
We don't do a lot for the ladies on this show. I
No,
can admit
that's
that.
terrible.
And, well, no, I agree with you.
No, the skirts, they need a break.
Ladies, this is to help you. Are you familiar with the term orgasm gap?
Well,
Don't ask him that.
Well, that's where the orgasm happens. In the gap.
No.
It happens in our lady gap.
There is a thing called the orgasm gap, and this is a legitimate issue facing the women of the United States of America.
How do they fix it?
Well, that's just it. It's not how it's fixed. I mean, I guess the first step to fixing it would be admitting from men that this exists. And we now have scientific data from some of the smartest scientific minds
All right.
and one of the biggest, most respected published papers in America that this is something we need to have a discussion about. But we can't have this discussion without the ladies.
Oh.
Without women either backing this up or saying it's full of crap, without women coming forward and saying, look,
Well, if it's
this,
full of crap, you're doing it wrong.
you're going to get an infection, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Without women coming forward and saying, this is what you could do. I can already see Kimmy's face. If you're watching the live stream, she's already done with this.
I'm already
She's
nervous where
already
this is
done.
going.
Why?
All right. We will get into closing the orgasm gap.
Bringing it in tight. Right?
Can we be in
See, this is the problem.
Can we just be adults for like the first 3
No.
minutes of this discussion?
I can talk about sexuality in an adult conversation. You don't like it coming out of my mouth because I'm old and ugly.
Well, there's that. There's also the things you actually say. Lady gap.
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This is bad news for men. It's worse news for women.
Oh.
Because sexual pleasure can be very important in a relationship.
Oh, absolutely.
And women are not getting it like men are. There are reasons why.
Yeah.
But when you don't talk about this stuff, you can't get to the bottom of it. So today, we in the break room solve the issues, solve the issue you ladies are having in bed with some shocking numbers we're going to share with you.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room. Watch just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 9:30. It's Thursday. You know what that is.
Oh, I think we're going to bitch it out.
That's right, Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And one of the biggest modern rock stars in the world. A guy who isn't from the old Stones.
He's a
Zeppelin
new guy.
Who. He is a newer guy.
All right.
Is on tour. And you're not going to know anywhere he's playing.
So how do I go?
We'll get into it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. Okay. Tommy?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the orgasm gap?
I have not heard about this gap. I know the one at the mall.
The orgasm gap is the difference between the amount of orgasms men versus women have during heterosexual experiences.
So in one intercourse session, how many times?
No.
Just you're just saying like in general.
You got it.
Oh, okay. Over the lifetime of
yeah.
intercourse.
Okay, for example. No, okay. For example,
Right.
just let me talk.
I'm like, yeah, ask me, Tommy, do you know?
And I say no, and then you just keep talking.
No.
All right, the story in the New York Times, where we got this from, says that men have much higher orgasm rates than women do. When having sex, men will hit that spot, will get to their ending. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
85% of the time, compared to women who will finish 50% of the time. So I guess
And she's
yes.
probably even faking that number. Okay.
On average,
Yeah.
these numbers show that women only get to the promised land with their guys about half of the time that their guys do.
Okay.
So for every time a woman is getting there, their partner on average is getting there twice.
All right.
Are you surprised by those numbers?
No. Not at all.
Kimmy?
I was actually going to say that the women number sounded high.
Not great for your husband.
I'm just...
I wouldn't have said that out loud.
But I would take that bet on FanDuel.
No, but I'm thinking like it just doesn't
Right.
work the same for us the way it does for you.
Right.
So like when it comes to like, traditional intercourse, like I would think that most of the time like she may need some help getting there, not from traditional intercourse, if that makes sense.
Okay. So the article in the Times gets into why this is happening.
Okay.
And it seems twofold.
What's that?
One, the old-fashioned men aren't paying attention like we should be line comes up,
All right.
right? Like, we don't always care what women like, kind of to Kimmy's point you just made.
So like foreplay.
No. God.
Well,
Well,
like
and I think ego plays a part in it too, because she may not want you to know that she didn't get there, so that means that she's not going to, because she's gonna make you think it already happened.
Oh, we're getting to the second part here?
Oh,
but,
okay, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Jumping
We're talking about your parts, not ours. It's fine. Right? But we don't always know what women like as men. We don't always care if they're getting what they need. What we think good sex looks like based on pornography is not what actually good sex looks like for women.
All right.
But it turns out it's not just men's fault, according to these sexual
So
scientists.
who?
Which sounds like a great name for a band. But I would go
Sexual
see sexual scientists. Women, the other big reason they give for this orgasm gap, they say women are not confident enough in the bedroom. To quote one professor of psychology in this article, quote, women need to figure out what they find pleasurable and feel confident and comfortable communicating that to their partners.
Okay.
What they're saying is men can't fix this if they don't know what you ladies actually want. And this woman, that scientist I just told you about, goes on to suggest a lot of women feel like they don't need sex to be as good for them as it is for the guy. Not that they don't want it, but they feel like society is determined sex is always great for them, and sometimes it's good for us. And this woman says that is wrong.
Okay. Bad thinking.
You got it. So here's the thing.
Why is that?
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. This is for the good of mankind. It's for the good of all you ladies that can listen, or that are listening. And look, we'll take dude calls, but I really want to hear from the fairer sex. What should men know that can help us close the orgasm gap? And here's the thing. You can change your name. Nobody knows who you are. Nobody's going to recognize your voice. I'm guessing we're not going to get many, if any, calls from women based on one single factor that may or may not be sitting across from me in this room right now.
What's that?
I don't know. Sometimes there are some brave ladies out there that occasionally call in.
Yeah, there's some muff masters.
For God's sakes, man.
And they're gone.
Yeah.
Look, I'm being serious, ladies.
Me too.
There are so many guys listening right now that heard that and were like, no, every time I do it, she's all up in it. Never once.
Well,
I'm batting 1,000. Ladies listening, what can we do to make that situation better for you?
I also think, I mean, I think that there are women out there that make other women feel ashamed of like their sex life, like because they'll say, oh, my man, he does it for me every time, like every time we have sex, it's great. And maybe that's the case, but now I'm not going to be open with you about it, because if you're telling me that like it happens all the time for you, well, then I'm thinking like, is there something wrong with me? Is there something wrong with my partner? Like, I think the shame comes not even just from like the guy's ego and like wanting him to feel good about himself, but I think it also comes from other women too.
Well, based on that, looks like my wife can't help anybody out then, can she?
So you get giner shamed.
I think every once in a while you will run into a woman where you can't have that conversation with her because everything's great.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Do you believe those women?
I just think it's impossible.
Are they lying for their husbands?
I
or
don't
are they
know.
lying for themselves?
And I don't know. That's a good
Self.
question.
I think they're doing it for themselves.
I'm talking to Kimmy.
Well, I was just trying to help out.
Because they're doing it because like they
do.
They want you to think that their guy is great at it, but I do think it is for themselves too. I don't know if like they're trying to convince themselves or if they actually, I don't know. Maybe they actually feel that way. I'm not sure.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, I want to hear from you ladies. You can change your name. Nobody knows your voice. Kimmy is now about to venture into the phone bank of destiny for some of these women. All right, so Tommy, in this story talking about the orgasm gap, how men on average will have almost double those than women in a relationship, any sexual experience. There is a little detail in this article that may pour some cold water on a lot of guys that are listening.
What's that?
Well, there are some older men who believe, well, you know, I knew what I was doing. It's you young sissy-ass boys, soy boys, sex bitches.
Soft boy.
Don't know how to please a woman. There is a belief that guys that have years of experience know how to get the ladies where they need to be. And research in this study showed that was a total lie.
Of course.
They believed that as men and women got older, that they would start to close that gap because men would understand what women want, and you get what I'm saying.
Right.
They found that wasn't the case. We are not, as men, getting better with age pleasing our women. We are not developing special skills or moves that we think we have, and these women, whether they are 30 or 70, are still dealing with this orgasm gap.
And it's a bad ride for them. It just is. Because they're not getting anything out of it.
No, you're right.
You know, it's more like a workout than anything else.
And pro, and like you old folks would. It's not a workout. You think that's a workout?
Oh, it's a workout.
It's like doing the elliptical. It's okay. I mean, I'm moving, but it's
Well,
not
I'm
like
still
really
getting the steps
doing anything for me. All right, 252-WCMF, 252-92.
And you got to think, like, too, most guys aren't open-minded to suggestions in the sack. But let's say she wanted to bring in a little marital aid.
Okay.
To get herself there.
Yeah.
Most guys would be insulted.
You think most guys would?
Yeah.
Okay, most guys may act like they're insulted, but if you're just in the privacy of your own bedroom, do you think the insecurity would be that strong?
Bro, if you see her at the end of the session really hitting the high note and you ain't a part of it, it's...
But you are a part of it.
It's Duracell's doing the action now, not you.
You are a part of it.
But yes, you are. But like, you got to think, man. You're sitting there with your bone, and she's off on that plastic pal. It ain't you.
All right, but let me ask you a question.
I mean, you would feel a separation anxiety.
Let me ask you a question. Like, let's say there's a stump stuck in the ground. And you could chop that stump up and dig it up, and it'll take you 3 weeks. Or you can attach it to a truck and rip that sucker out thanks to technology. Why would you not use the truck? If the technology helps get your partner there, why would you not use the technology?
I just think that truck's going to hurt her vagina.
252-WCMF.
Honey, let me get the big hook out. Oh, you going to hit the high note now, darling.
All right. The ladies have arrived.
All right. Let's be cool.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about what's called the orgasm gap. A massive new study in sexuality printed in the New York Times says that 85% of men, let me try this again. Men will get there 85% of the time when they are having sex. I know what you're thinking. We'll get there. 50% of women Women will only get there 50% of the time. So
50%.
essentially, yes, for every time a man and a woman have sex, he will twice for her once.
Right.
I am bothered that we both had the same
yes,
idea.
that
there.
was weird.
I was going to say,
All right, 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Ree. Hey, Ree, you're on CMF. What's going on?
Hey, how are you guys?
Good. What do you got?
So, a big thing of why there's such a gap is because there's not enough communication. There's not enough listening. There's not enough focusing on each other. You're focusing on yourself.
Okay, so you're saying men are selfish lovers. That's what you're saying.
Well, maybe it's coming from both sides.
Right, exactly. It comes from both sides. And
there
there's
might be
a lot
a hole
of
in it.
overthinking. There's a lot of overthinking, especially on a female's part, because she wants to get there so bad that her mind takes over to where she can't.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
too much pressure on her.
Okay, all right, but it's pressure you're putting on yourself.
And that's
Ree.
what she's kind of saying.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean.
Exactly. You're putting pressure on yourself, and you're not focusing on your partner.
Okay,
you know what I mean? And I believe that that's what's going to get you there. And it's not.
Man, you got a
A
loud
lot of men
dildo.
just think that a woman's going to get there through penetration. It's not just penetration.
Okay, I understand. So, Ree, let me ask you a couple of personal questions, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay, are you with someone right now?
Nope.
So you're single.
Well, yes. No, I'm not. I'm with somebody.
Okay, I didn't mean like in the
I
moment.
thought
Are you
were
banging a guy
talking
right
like,
now?
am I
No.
by myself?
But you have a lover.
Are you alone? You want to talk a little dirty then? No. All right. So are you married? Are you married? Are you dating? What's the situation?
I am engaged.
Okay, you're engaged.
Damn.
Now, knowing the numbers now that men get there twice as much as women on average, would you say that is about appropriate for your relationship you're in right now?
No.
More or less?
It is. I would have to say it's equal.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Man, you got spit on that thing.
What the hell?
There are times to where I just want to focus on him.
Oh, yeah.
I want to get him
And then
there.
they
I don't
focus
care
on that.
about me and my needs. I want to get him there.
Okay.
And he also does the same for me.
Oh, Daddy Munchlines.
Okay.
If
No, not you. Her.
we pay attention to each other and we listen to each other.
I'm so great. I do it all
talk.
right.
The woman is giving
Equals, even Stevens.
The woman is saying essentially that communication has gotten her to the point where this is comfortable for her.
And they're perfect lovers.
So, well, I do have a question then. Was it always like that between the two of you, or did you have to work to get there?
No, it definitely took some time. It took some communication. It took some
Get a whiteboard
seeing
that
what
thing.
he likes as to what I'm doing to him in the moment and listening to his body language, his moan.
Can you hear that?
His movement. and same with him to me. You know what I mean? He had to figure out what I liked, and he. It's not a problem for me to have a conversation sexually about what I like and what I don't like.
Okay, all right. So you're open with that. All right, so Ree, look, what you have said is very valuable to all of the men listening. We
Yeah.
very much appreciate it. I do want to talk to some other women that are being brave, and hey, you hung in there, and I'm proud of you, Ree. Way to go.
Thanks, guys. You guys are awesome. I love listening to you guys.
Oh, we love you too. Tell your fiance congratulations. Yeah. Bye, Ree. What are you laughing at?
Nothing.
What are you?
I was enjoying her whole
I know what you're laughing at.
lying story.
Do you don't think she's telling the truth? Oh, man. Why?
He ain't. He's just doing whatever he's told.
Well,
Yes, that's what she's saying to do.
I mean,
Yes.
that's kind of what she says works.
Yes.
Why wouldn't you do what you were told?
I know, but I.
No, but that's his generation. Oh, you think you like this? Well, you actually like this. And you do harder. You like that. You like that. That's what this whole generation believes.
Yeah, and it works.
Oh, they call me jackhammer. You like that?
How do you think you got all these goddamn baby boomer kids?
Well, no, that was your
That's
parents.
your generation. And just because you're making kids don't mean she's enjoying it, you idiot.
Well, we're getting there.
All right. I see you guys on hold. I do want to read this from Mandy, who writes us. Right, we're talking about closing the orgasm gap. The fact that on average men are twice as much as women are. No, what? That's what it sounds. Now I know she doesn't like it when you're doing it. Mandy says.
What's Mandy saying?
Weed and either a toy or foreplay. Right to the point.
All right, so they need a little help.
Okay, but yeah, that's a lot.
An 8.
I mean, that's that. You have to like prepare for that.
Yeah, there's a trip to a dispensary.
Yeah.
Okay.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, you need to listen.
Yeah.
Listen.
Right. Slow down and listen.
Let's talk to Angel. Hey, Angel. How's it going?
What do you think of Angel?
Oh, I'm okay. I'm in a parking lot, and I was on my way back from the dentist, and I heard what you were talking about on your show. Luckily, husband is at home on an online meeting.
Okay, great.
So there's no danger that he's going to overhear this.
Okay.
I am so glad you're talking about this. So relieved. Okay, I was told what word I could use before I came here.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, it's a clinical medical word. Listen, I've been with my husband 24 years. Never sexually been with anybody else, except in my mind. Okay? We're both in our 60s. He's getting into his late 60s. I'm in my early 60s. Hey, my body isn't the greatest it's ever been, but I don't look disgusting. Well, okay, I know how to dress the right way.
Put that on a banner and hang it in the top of a hockey rink, huh? All right.
My face is fairly useful. I've met two of you before. But my husband, okay, and I want the other women, middle-aged women, older women, to listen to this. My husband has lost weight. He's tall. But he is like flabby and droopy, if you know what I mean.
All right.
He's like lost the muscle tone in his arms he used to have. He has, the man things that jiggle
Now
a
I
little
see why
bit.
she was worried that he was going to hear what her call was.
Well, he's going
Yeah.
look, Tommy and I know about the man boob situation.
Like I do. And his gut like overhangs his pants a little bit.
Okay.
I mean, he's not horrible, but I'm just not attracted to him anymore. I need to throw a little bit more of this in. There was this one guy that, out of the blue, I used to sort of date in college. We never quite got to sex, even though he was sexy. I just wasn't ready. I suddenly, out of the blue, contacted him a couple of years ago. We had great phone conversations and everything. And when I was out of town to visit my aunt in Virginia, he came up to see me. He's still got a good body and everything, and I can see the young man coming through. He's very animated and friendly and sure of himself and everything.
Okay.
His body is better than my husband. Wait. Before you go on thinking something, would not have sex.
No, look, I'm not judging.
Oh, I thought you boned him.
Well, Tommy's actually getting turned on
No,
right now.
I did not.
Okay.
I wanted to, but he didn't. He made the right decision because he didn't want to cause a lot of turmoil in my life. But I'm telling you, and I listen to the women out there, maybe you're going through this. When I am with my husband, and by the way, when we have sex, I have to do most of the work, if you know what I mean. I can orgasm if I have, my clitoris or clitoris, certain part of the body rubbed. Every single time I have to think about this other man.
All right, so you
to get
fantasize about
anywhere.
another man while having sex with your husband.
Yes,
Okay.
every time, though.
Is that legal?
Or another situation. I'm wondering, the ladies out there, is this normal?
Okay.
Because it's like inwardly, it's driving me nuts.
Here's why this is bad.
Am I going to be like this for the rest of my life?
You're fantasizing about somebody you could actually be with.
True.
Where if you fantasize about somebody that would be unattainable,
Like a celebrity.
Or
right,
Tommy
so
Mulay, yeah.
Well, I was thinking Tom Selleck for her age.
Why would you think of
Because who wouldn't want to bang? Most women probably get
celebrities. I'm just
you
not
should.
that kind.
Okay.
I would put Tom Selleck in your mind, and then think about a reverse mortgage.
Glad you thought of it.
You could stay in that house with your flabby husband, and then the last person that leaves pays it off.
It's like this guy and I are still in contact. He may be going through a divorce, but he's looking for someone else. It's just so complicated.
Well, honey, he's kind of come hunting.
It's
Let's talk about.
Combination of.
I'm sorry. Let me ask you because you said he's now going through divorce, so I guess it would have been mutual destruction,
right?
He didn't want to ruin.
Okay. He may be.
Okay.
All
No,
right.
I understand. All right. Let me ask you this, Angel. if he ends up going through a divorce and he comes knocking on your door saying, I'm ready, are you ready?
He won't.
Okay.
Because his friend, he lives down south. His friend is trying to hook him up with somebody else. And the fear I have is he wouldn't even want me. But the thing is, if it weren't him, it may be somebody else. And I want to know the ladies out there, especially in middle age, this is really, this is not really fulfilling that I have to think of someone else or other situations in order to achieve satisfaction. And yes, physically, I can achieve satisfaction, but is it real satisfaction if I have to hang on to a fantasy?
Let me ask you this. I mean, Angel,
And
do you
my
still
husband cannot get...
Do you still love your husband? Do you look at him and like see him as like, the rest of your life?
My husband and I really often don't get along that well.
Okay.
He has a lot of complaints about me that I don't think are justified. Okay. He seems to think he's superior to me. No matter what I do, he tells me what I should be doing, which is always more.
All right. I mean, look,
and I give him sexually whatever he wants, which other women don't with their husbands.
All right. So, look, I'm no psychologist. I am no relationship expert. But, Angel, based on my
assessment,
the 10 years of doing a morning radio show, I mean, Angel, this sounds like it might be more than sexual with your husband. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but also let us. Yeah.
I mean, look, I don't mean to. I don't mean. And look, again,
You're not trying to be doom and gloom.
No, take it with a grain of salt. But I mean, they do say that sometimes, those feelings can be attached to how good a sexual performance can be. And like even the best looking guy in the world, best looking woman in the world, if you have animosity towards that person, it's just not going to happen. And I understand. Yeah, I understand you explaining like what your husband went through and everything like that. But I mean, have you examined the idea that maybe the sexuality isn't there and you have to fantasize about other men because the relationship just doesn't work?
Well, it's partly the relationship and his attitude. My husband is a very egocentric person, but also he's let his body go so that I don't see any muscle tone in his arm.
Okay, but can I ask you a question? Because
whereas the other person does have muscle tone.
Okay.
But you're approaching sex at your age, thinking it's going to be like when you were 30 years old. Like people get old, your body breaks down. You're not going to look the same. And so to go into the bedroom thinking it's going to be like when you were 30 years old, that's impossible.
But the problem is,
I know.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Angel. I'm sorry.
I know, but the thing is that I retain this feeling for this other person. And we still FaceTime often. And
But that ain't helping you. That's not even helping you because he obviously...
you're physically and emotionally detached. You know what I mean? Like, I guess...
There it is. That was a smart thing to say that I wish I would have said. That was a good smart thing.
Emotionally detached?
Physically and emotionally detached.
Yeah, so I mean... I guess I don't know how you get either of those things.
You got to make changes in your life because based on your age, you have to adapt as you age. You have to change.
I mean, you're living this right now, right?
Everybody my age has to do it, and if you don't want to do it, life will do it for you.
Ooh.
And it won't be pretty when it does. So you got to go with the flow.
I've seen you naked. It's not pretty.
Ask your mom.
I said I saw you naked. All right, Angel, listen,
she should close her drapes.
I really appreciate the honesty. I hope it all works out for you. And I mean, look, someone very much smarter than me said that when it comes to life and relationships, eventually there is no bad decision.
Okay.
Eventually everything works itself out.
Okay,
You know what I'm saying?
for a reason.
Exactly. Whatever road you go down, it happened for a reason. But Angel, thank you so much for the call. I really appreciate it.
I just wanted to know, I hope a lot of women are listening.
Oh, they do.
I'm wondering if other women, especially middle-aged, secretly go through this torture and are not saying anything.
All right. Well, Angel, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. Oh, man, I'm horrified now.
So enjoy aging.
Well, this is a very unique circumstance. There's another person there.
You hope, for the sake of your relationship, that it is a unique circumstance.
I mean, but
And don't forget, you're also getting only her side of the story.
That's fine.
Where she's painting herself as the hero and the victim.
But she's not painting herself as a hero. I mean, she's saying there's another person here.
And she wants to. She said she would have done it, and he stopped her.
I know.
Yeah. I mean, it was a very honest call.
But
Yes, it was.
In the way that you mean, like she's only getting
Right,
that
right.
he's
We don't know
not
how
good
he
in any
feels.
way, is what
Yeah.
you're
We
saying.
don't know what she's like to live with.
Okay, well, she sounded
and like maybe there's a reason why he is the way he is at this point. Like you kind of grew in these directions for a reason, and nobody gets there alone.
Ooh, that's another good point. I will counter that point to this.
Counter all.
If he would have called up and done the exact same thing, you'd be like, "You lying? She's great."
Yes, I would. I would do that.
Oh man!
Wow, that was a lot there, Angel.
And
Thank God you don't have a unique name, or people can figure it out.
I'm guessing that
She
wasn't
gave a
her
fake
name,
name.
you idiot.
So she picks a stripper name.
Why not? Why not? That's a horrifying thought for everyone in a relationship right now. Because, look, it's attainable to find that person that you were interested in back in the day.
Oh,
the
yeah,
way social
very
media
so.
is. It's attainable to have those conversations without your partner knowing.
Right.
I mean, even the idea of just your partner fantasizing about somebody else without having that contact
But
would
I think you
bother
have
a
an
lot
idea of
people.
a fantasy in your head as being somebody that's so far out of reach, right? Like that's why it's a fantasy.
Sure.
You never think it's going to be somebody you know.
Like, that's why I feel bad for all the women that I've known back in the day.
Why,
It's like, I'm right here.
Yeah, they know it.
You gotta log on to you. You can log on to YouTube.
Where's that line for me?
You can log on to YouTube and the regular WCMF.
Enjoy.
Stare at what you can't have.
Radio baboon.
All day long, thanks to our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing, he'll only be your fantasy. All right, listen, everybody on hold. We got to move on. We're super late. I really appreciate the call. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, buddy boy. Get our bitch on.
That's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And one of the most unique favorite rock stars of, I would say, millennials.
Okay.
He is on tour.
Okay.
And if you want to go see him,
nice.
Too bad.
Why?
Well, tickets are affordable.
All right.
And he's going everywhere.
Well, then I want to go.
Well, he just won't tell you where he is.
Why is he doing this?
Because he's weird, man. Next to the break room. Let's see him. I can't tell if this is like super cool or super dumb.
Okay.
And it might be both.
Yeah.
Because this checks out for the kind of musician this guy is, right? But if you want to see him live this summer, good luck.
Well, who told him to do this?
I think no, nobody tells him to do anything, man.
But how does he make money?
I don't know. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. All right, I know we promised Bitch Voice Theater. I'm sorry. I want to have enough time to talk about this, and we're not going to because we went super long with Angel there for a little while. Kimmy, my apologies. I'm sorry.
Right.
I know you were getting stuff ready. All right. Do you not have what we need?
It's kind of not
Don't
working
worry
right
about
now.
it. Don't worry about it. Okay.
All right, so what happened?
It is summer concert season.
Oh, yeah.
And all of the biggest stars are on tour. And there's a big complaint from old school rock and roll folks that there aren't any modern rock stars.
All right.
Right?
Yeah, where are they?
All right, Foo Fighters are one of them, I would
All
think.
right.
They still sell out pretty big. And I think if you're talking about pure talent and the spirit of old rock and roll, Jack White would be one of those
Okay.
guys. Formerly of the White Stripes, he was in the Rackin' Tours. Your husband is a big Jack
Yes,
White
he
guy.
is.
And he's embarked on a solo career. He's explored all different kinds of rock and roll music, but when it comes to like hard thumping guitar, Jack White's your guy.
Okay.
He just did an interview in Rolling Stone, and the person talking to him asked when he was going to start on his tour.
Oh.
And he said he has.
Oh.
Yes.
Wait, Rolling Stone should have been there.
Well, the problem
Like
is
following him from all his tour stuff.
Yeah.
the problem is he's not announcing the tour dates.
Oh, it's just a surprise.
So how does this work?
I don't know.
He just shows up.
So-
basically?
Where?
Yes, essentially.
At events that are already. I would guess it's got to be events that are already happening. No.
No. He says that he started his tour in late July at an American Legion outpost in Nashville. He has since played additional gigs in small venues in Detroit. And when I say small venues, I mean anything
Like
from
a bar or something.
a bar, a rock club, a small theater.
So he just walks into a bar with his guitar and goes, "Hey man, I want to plug in and play."
I think they know he's going to be there,
But-
they're just not allowed to tell anybody.
So
He also says he'll be playing backyards across
Oh,
the
man.
country, showing up at people's houses, setting up and playing a show.
okay.
There is no way to find out when he will be playing what they're referring to now as pop-up shows. He
So you
hates
can't
that
even
term.
tell anybody to come to my house to see Jack White.
Okay, maybe you tell like 2 or 3 people.
yeah.
I'll read you the quote. He says, small clubs, backyards, and a few festivals to help pay for expenses. So, I mean, if you want to see him at a festival, you can go there. That's going to pay for the tour. It sounds like he just wants to play in front of people outside of the rock star vibe.
All right, but you can't go back from being a rock star because like if you're a fan of this guy and you're sitting in somebody's backyard, you're going to be way more annoying as a fan than if he was in Yankee Stadium.
But maybe
right?
he
saying
wants
like to other
damn,
people?
I can touch Jack White.
But maybe he wants that.
All right.
I mean,
so
you know-
very odd. He's got to be.
I think this
know.
is what happens when musicians get bored.
Oh, you do too many shrooms.
Like you feel like you've done it, you've achieved what you want, and now I want to do something unique and different.
Well, but
or
he's-
maybe get back to like your roots or however you started. You know,
He's
what I mean?
always been unique and different, though. I
Yeah.
mean, the first band he's in, it's just him playing guitar and his
But he-
ex-wife on drums, and he tells the public that they're brother and sister, right?
But he
Like,
is kind of that guy that bounces around a lot, so this kind of makes sense for somebody like him to do that. I mean, he's been in multiple bands. He also, I think he was like one of the first artists to also do that thing where they lock up your cell phone.
Yes, yeah.
You know
He
what I
does
mean?
cell
Yeah.
phone bags, yes.
Yeah.
He also started his own vinyl company, and he was one of the first musicians to
Right.
do it. In Nashville, he opened up a company that was making vinyl records. His last album was sold vinyl exclusive.
So you
for-
couldn't get it on Apple or anything?
and they didn't announce it. They just, all of a sudden, it was there. And now
Alright.
since then, you've been able to buy it on digital platforms, but I think initially he wanted it to just be a vinyl
But it
album.
sounds like he's making things harder for himself.
Yes.
Then, like, well, yeah, because you get to the pinnacle of your career, you're treated like a king. That's what you work for, right? You want that Mick and Keith moment, and it's like, nah, I want to go back to a bowling alley and where nobody's paying attention to me.
Maybe he doesn't want that.
Who wouldn't want that?
Okay,
Can you imagine if, like, Mick showed up in your backyard?
It'd be pretty
unannounced?
awesome. I mean,
Really? Hello, everybody. It's Mick from the Stones, and I'm standing right next to Pat's Blackstone. It's a quality grill. Proud sponsor of Mick's in your backyard for no goddamn reason.
But here's the thing. Mick has actually done this before.
I think
Kind
Paul McCartney did it once.
A lot of these guys did. Okay, again,
kind of a little bit. Like they throw you like a little bone.
I'll explain. Again, we're
Right.
talking about Jack White, guitarist, musician. He is on tour right now, and if you want to go see him, too bad. He's not going to tell you where he is. They're just doing surprise shows.
There's a festival in your town. You might want to show up.
Yeah, you're right about that. But hell, you could show up in your buddy's backyard, and
Yeah.
Jack White's going to be there. And we're not exaggerating. That says what he wants to do. He's playing small clubs, small theaters, backyards. He just did a show at an American Legion in Nashville. So to the point about Paul and Mick, I know the Stones for sure. Before the Stones go out and do a major tour, they will have one or two club warm-up shows.
They usually tune up in Toronto for some reason.
So Chicago, they've done it too.
All right.
So you can walk into a small club and they have a fake band name on the wall, right on the marquee that'll say, tonight the Wasps or whatever. And actually, that's a band name. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you walk in, and it's the effing Rolling Stones playing in a 200-seat venue.
It's got to be amazing.
And as soon as the show starts, they lock the doors so word can't get out that,
Yeah.
and they play a show.
Right.
So it's kind of the same thing.
On a bigger, smaller scale. Like but the Stones don't go on their bar tour for the summer.
No, you're right. I don't know, man.
I mean, I guess there may be some satisfaction. You're giving like some fans a super unique experience.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you're not maybe reaching out to as many people, but those people that are getting the experience are getting such a cool thing.
Oh, it's cool for the fan.
Yeah.
No, but I think the disconnect in this conversation might be, and I get where you're coming from, man. Like, you want to live that rock and roll lifestyle because that's what you would want, and you want to make all the money you can because that's what you would want.
Right.
And I get that. We all wanted that, right? But at the same time, if you go to a concert now, the penny arcades of the world don't exist anymore.
True.
Right? So I'm not going to be able to see Metallica and
The old rock hall.
Yeah, 3 feet from them, reach out and touch their hand, right? It kind of creates a disconnect between the artist and the fans. And if that musician got in the business to feel the feelings back that he's giving to the audience, this is exactly what you would want.
Okay, but it may turn you off to that artist seeing him in that raw moment. Because when I see him on stage, it's all fantasy.
Okay.
And it's the fantasy that I bought into. Right? But now when I could see Jack White breaking to take a squirt or trying to screw with his amp for a minute and he's getting pissed off or he's got to take a phone call from his wife, right? Because he didn't refill the ice tray. It kind of takes away the rock god that I had in my head. Sometimes I say you don't want to meet your idols.
Look, I'll give you credit in this way. I've told this story on the air before. My buddy, one of my best friends from childhood, lived in Nashville for a while.
Yeah, he's a huge success.
Yeah, he's writing music and producing music now for movies and television, but he was trying to make it back in the day, right? And I went down there when I was on the road. If I was in the South, I would always take a day off or two, just hang in Nashville because it's just real bohemian artist scene.
Right.
So I just happened to be there for Record Store Day, and if you want to see craziness, man, go to Record Store Day in Nashville, Tennessee.
Got to be sold out.
So one of the record stores that we were at had a surprise concert from Emmylou Harris.
Right, God. Man, the queen of old school.
No, I'm not an Emmylou Harris fan, but she's standing 3 feet from me in a parking
Just
lot.
in awe.
There's a hot dog cart right next to her, and I'm like, oh my God, this is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. And she starts her set, and she opens up this song with this is a song about. She's a big animal activist, I guess, and she's all about the cats and the dogs and blah blah blah. And she starts singing the song, and in the middle of the song, she stops and just starts barking. Arr!
Okay.
Arr!
Yeah, you don't want to see that.
It went on for 90 seconds.
That's a lot of barking, even for my dog.
And I remember even thinking, looking at my buddy, this isn't fun anymore.
No.
Oh, really? You still didn't look at it, though, as a unique story to tell?
It's definitely a unique
but
story.
But now the mystique of that artist is gone.
Yes, he's right. That's kind of what it
that
felt
wasn't an artist that was, really it was somebody that you listened to all the time. It wasn't your favorite band or artist,
You're right.
So
but I knew, look, you know.
But she's a legend.
Yes,
Yeah,
I knew the
okay.
name. I knew what she looked like. She's standing right in front of me. This is an unbelievable experience.
I think some people would like that experience because it's so out there.
All right.
You know what I mean?
You let Emmylou Harris bark at you for 90 seconds, and then you tell me how you feel about it.
I don't think you ever want to see what goes on backstage. I think it would ruin it for you.
And this is coming from a man, Kenny, who's been so many backstage. I've been to so many. I went to Woodstock, man.
Saw it all, man.
I was there,
Man.
Why couldn't they have put you in the porta potty and set it on fire? We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here at the break room on CMF. And it's going to be Rabbaroo.
Radio, Thursday, Rabbaroo.
For a Thursday Break Room CMF that makes tomorrow Friday. You know what that means?
A little creepy.
That's right. Creep Cap coming at you. Also, your next chance at your share of $100,000.
$100,000.
Happens anytime you want.
Wow.
Download the Odyssey app. It's free. Log in. Listen to CMF on the app for 1 hour each weekday. Get your daily entry for your chance at your share of $100,000 in this national contest. All right, we are... The more Kimmy yells at us for being late, the later we get.
Yes.
And I
Yes.
promise I'm not
Yes.
doing it on purpose. I swear to God. The show is just so good. We can't stop the
Can't
train.
stop.
No, I mean...
45 minutes of entertainment packed into a 4-hour show.
And you can catch all 45 minutes of that entertainment on our YouTube channel. Watch it back as soon as we're done. It's on YouTube at The Break Room WCMF and at our website, WCMF.com, or on the Odyssey app with all of the podcasts that Kimmy puts up when the show's over. Give her some time, all right?
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, I get yelled at 10:05 every day. Kimmy's working hard.
She's got to go home and clean the bar still.
All right, for Kimmy?
Yeah.
Who is, I know when your husband finds out Jack White is doing secret concerts, we'll be
Yeah,
traveling.
I mean, but the problem is he doesn't know where, so.
You can book him at your home bar that you have now in the
He
backyard.
will, you're not, like, you make a joke. I know he will be, like, trying to, like, DM Jack White, see where he's
Take
gonna
a
be at
shot.
next.
You know what the worst part is?
What?
Even if she gets Jack White performing at her bar in the backyard, we're still not invited.
Of course not. Of course not.
For Tommy Muley, whose name's not on the list.
I'll get my own Jack White.
That didn't sound the way you thought it did.
Yeah, you're right.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning at the Break Room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.